On a perfect sunny evening in Baltimore, the Red Sox take on the Orioles in search of a fourth straight win. The Red Sox winning last night behind the Mookie Betts show, and they can win the series here tonight. Welcome to Camden Yards, everybody. I'm Dave O'Brien alongside Jerry Remy. And, Jerry, it is absolutely gorgeous here. Summer has arrived in Baltimore, and I think Mookie Betts on the national stage probably arrived last night with that spectacular performance.
You know, it's one of those days where you're just happy to come to work and watch that. I mean, it was amazing last night what Mookie Betts did, and we'll take a look at his home runs, and all three of them. The first one he hits goes to straightaway center field. He gets a ball that's middle of the plate, takes it to center field. This is what's so impressive. Then the next time up, inside, he pulls the home run. And then that wasn't enough. He gets one away and goes to the opposite field. But no, Mookie was not done yet. He makes a great defensive play in the outfield as he comes diving in with that tremendous speed, able to hold on to the baseball and take a base hit away. I mean, it was one of those special nights, and no wonder he's smiling. Everything he did in that ballgame last night was very big, and the Red Sox hope to continue that momentum in the game tonight against the Baltimore Orioles.
I think I saw a piece of that Superman cape there on that dive in right field. Quite a performance yesterday, and certainly Joe Kelly is on the mound tonight trying to make it his 11th consecutive win and extend the Red Sox lead in the division to 4 games over the Baltimore Orioles. Game number 3 in the series coming up in just a moment. The series, Red Sox coming in with the best record in the American League heading into the new month of June at 32-20. And now for the Red Sox lineup, brought to you by BuyAToyota.com. It's Toyota's website for deals. Mookie Betts will lead things off, trying to top last night's performance. Dustin Pedroia, Xander Bogaerts will follow. David Ortiz, the DH, Andy Ramirez at first base. Had a great interview with Jerry today. Travis Shaw at third base. Blake Swihart to be followed by Chris Young, who robbed a home run last night. And Ryan Hannigan does the catching and bats ninth. That'll be against the right-hander Mike Wright. He's 2-3 with an ERA of 5.05.
The Orioles defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 11th in the league with 29 errors in 50 games. Ryan Flaherty will be at third base. Manny Machado will be the shortstop. Jonathan Schoop at second, and Chris Davis at first base. Left to right, Hyun-Soo Kim, Adam Jones, and Mark Trumbo, and Matt Wieters doing the catching for Wright.
I did the same thing last night. Can we just put Chili over there?
Yeah. Take first base.
Tonight's umpires are brought to you by ToyotaCertified.com. It'll be Doug Eddings, Jeff Nelson, Laz Diaz, and Corey Blazer to make the calls. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory-backed Toyota certified used vehicle right now.
Buenas noches, amigos.
And we can't say too much more about the weather. It's just absolutely gorgeous. It's brought to you by Benjamin Moore, the official paint of the Boston Red Sox. 82 degrees and clear skies here tonight over Baltimore. And Mookie Betts to dig in against the right-hander Wright. And the headline in the Baltimore Sun today said it all. It said, Mookie Betts is just better. After what he did last night with the 3 home runs and a dazzling catch in the outfield. And he even called it the best performance that he has had as a professional. I should say so. Hitting .283 with a dozen homers now. And 40 RBIs. And the first one in there for a strike, and we're underway. You thought after last night he probably didn't sleep, right?
I wouldn't be able to after a night like that. That'd be going through my mind all night long.
And a high fly ball. Well hit, right center, racing back Jones, turning around. He's done it again. That's out of the ballpark. You have got to be kidding me. Mookie Betts strikes again for the second straight night. He begins the contest with a home run. 4 home runs in just a handful of at-bats.
It's unbelievable what this kid is doing right now. I mean, look at Ortiz give him the big hug and very quickly puts the Red Sox on the board. It was similar to last night where he went to straightaway center field for the home run in his first at-bat.
Here's Dustin Pedroia. Remember, he went back-to-back last night after Mookie. Hitting a home run just seconds later to give the Red Sox a 2-0 lead. 13 home runs for Betts, as that one has popped up into foul ground. And Davis over, but can't get to it.
Another look at the home run location of pitch. They want to stay away from Betts. They get it pretty much to the middle of the plate, and he goes right back up the middle with it. But the first 2 pitches were designed to be away from Betts. If he's going to beat you, they want him to beat him to the opposite field. Well, that time he beat him to center field.
His 5th career leadoff home run, 2nd in as many nights. Unbelievable. Of course, he added that tremendous diving catch as well in there for a called strike. I think they're going to be playing that for years to come.
Yeah, the whole night they're going to be playing. I mean, 3 home runs and a catch like that. I mean, we talked about it in the open. It was must-see TV. I mean, you just didn't want to miss anything that he did last night or tonight.
Pedroia trickles that one foul. He's hitting .309, 7 homers and 25 runs batted in, and has hit safely in 8 straight.
And Red Sox facing a guy tonight in Wright that is 1-1 against them, but 11.25 ERA.
I know we can't hear everything, and we shouldn't hear everything that goes on in the dugout, as that one is punched through the right side for a base hit. Now, 9-game hitting streak for Pedroia.
Now
That's one of those situations. I wish we had a microphone in the dugout just to listen to the give and take with David Ortiz and Mookie there.
You're exactly right. And you know, it's interesting when you're down there and things are going well the way they have been for the Red Sox. It's a lot of good talk. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff going on. And, you know, when you're not playing well and things aren't going good, there's not much talk going at all in the dugout at all. So nice to see him smiling and having fun.
Red Sox, by the way, outscored opponents now in the first inning 55-16, and may not be done here with Xander Bogaerts getting in with a 24-game hitting streak, and he'll take one inside for a ball.
Saw Pedroia go the other way, and Pedroia has been doing that more this season, going to the opposite field for the base hit. There's the numbers for Bogaerts, as you see, and of course that big streak on the line.
24 straight, hitting .350 as he gets in. And a strike. Xander at the moment is #1 in the American League in the All-Star voting at his position at shortstop, and David Ortiz is #1 for designated hitters. Early voting has just been announced. Here comes the 1-1 from right. Little looper. That one slicing foul, though.
Red Sox tonight against right will see basically a sinking fastball, a slider, and a changeup. Problem right now for him is the sinking fastball is not sinking very much. There's a last pitch to Bogaerts, and again, you know, this ball is supposed to be going down a little bit, but you can see clearly it's pretty straight, and Bogaerts fouling it off.
Yeah, he was fortunate on that one that Xander just flicked it foul, and another foul ball. These Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Sox players and their ranks in the All-Star balloting right now. Xander and Big Papi #1. Hanley Ramirez is 4th at his position, first base. Dustin Pedroia 4th at second base. Jackie Bradley is 4th among the outfielders. And Mookie Betts right now is 7th, but that is bound to change. Outside, evens the count at 2-2.
Tried the changeup down and away that time after a fastball inside. He tries to go away with the changeup. Actually made a pretty good pitch, and a good job by Bogaerts to lay off that. That's one that's dangerous to take when you have 2 strikes.
Nobody out, a man on, and waved at and missed, and down he goes. That was 83 miles an hour to strike him out.
Yeah, he doubles up on the changeup. First one down and away, next one more of the plate, and Bogaerts not expecting that from the right-handed pitcher. There's the changeup grip again, and that's exactly what he comes with. It stays elevated, but the off-speed of the pitch fools Xander.
Brings up David Ortiz for the first time tonight, hitting .335 with 14 homers and 47 runs batted in. He has an 8-game hitting streak, during which he is 15 for 32. He's also 3 for 5 with 2 home runs against Mike Wright. Wright would not appear to be the best candidate to slow down the Red Sox offense. With that ERA up over 5. And he's too high there.
Well, one problem he's had this year is with left-handed hitters, and Ortiz, of course, being a left-handed. 354 lefties have hit against him with 3 home runs.
His ERA in 2 starts against the Red Sox, 11.25. That was before tonight. And he drills in a fastball. A generous call there from Doug Eddings. Fans, be sure to stop by Plainridge Park Casino. Plainridge Park Casino is the official sponsor of Winning. And the 2-1 from Wright. Pop foul out of play.
That's one David would like to have back again. That was in a good location for him. A fastball right down the middle of the plate. And he fouls it back. But this is one that I think if he comes back with again, David's going to hit it somewhere very hard.
Red Sox in front 1-0. Mookie Betts strikes again. And a 2-2. Waved at and missed. That one got by him at 96. Very good velocity.
Yeah, and moving away from Ortiz. Not down the middle that time. They used the outside part of the plate, off the plate actually. And Ortiz can't stay off it, but the little extra velocity at 96, and you see that fastball running away from Ortiz.
So 2 down for Hanley, hitting .295, 4 homers, 31 runs batted in. He was 1 for 4 with a single last night. As the Red Sox rolled again. And their starter last night, Kevin Gausman, said after the game, the Red Sox are the best team in baseball right now. Fouled out a play to the right for a strike.
Yeah, very intimidating for opposing pitchers to watch. You know what the Red Sox have done to this point of the season, and you know they follow them obviously the series before they get here, and they watch what they're doing, and it can be intimidating when the team's swinging the bat the way Boston is.
And that's the most intimidating guy in the lineup right now. 5'9". Pedroia at first base with a short lead, and the 0-1 from right. Now 2 strikes on Ramirez. You guys look like you had a great conversation today.
Yeah, we did. It was a good talk, I thought, you know, with Hanley, and I think we'll be seeing some of it during the game tonight, and hopefully it'll be on the pre and post game show tomorrow night, I think, with TC. They might have had some tonight, but he was good. You know, Hanley was Hanley, and you know he just kind of he started off a little slow, but then he loosened up a little bit.
He does that.
Yeah.
2 strikes on him, and the 0-2 would not chase. Sox just went 18-10 in the month of May. And one of the few questions about the offense after April was, will it hit for power? Well, the Red Sox hit more home runs in May than any team in baseball. They hit 46. Answering that question rather emphatically. And another home run tonight to start June.
Well, there was a while at the beginning of the season. Red Sox were 15th in the league. They were last in the league in home runs, but number 1 in runs scored. So you knew better things were coming when they started to hit home runs.
Yeah, nobody in that dugout was worried. Nobody was on edge about, well, where's the power? And especially with the weather starting to warm up, you knew it would come. 1-2, and a little pop up on the infield. That'll be caught by Schoop to retire the side of the Red Sox. Are off and running. Mookie Betts, who had 3 home runs yesterday, starts this ball game with a big fly. 1-0 Red Sox. It's brought to you by New England Chevy dealers. It'll be Adam Jones, Hyun-Soo Kim, and Manny Machado. 1, 2, 3. First baseman is Chris Davis. Mark Trumbo in right. Matt Wieters doing the catching. Pedro Alvarez, the DH. Scope at second base and Flaherty at third base against Joe Kelly. Red Sox starting pitcher, presented by New England Audi dealers. He's 2-0, ERA of 6.30, and making his 6th start of the season. He is shooting for his 11th consecutive win, and he'll strike one on Jones to get underway. His win streak probably should have ended in his last start Friday in Toronto. He gave up 9 hits, 5 runs, and 4 2/3, but the Red Sox rallied to tie that game.
Now, it's kind of a strange outing for Kelly, giving up the 5 earned runs in the game. He did have 8 strikeouts in 4 2/3 against the Blue Jays, but was not sharp in that game, even with the strikeouts.
Red Sox would lose that game on a Josh Donaldson late home run off Koji. A ball and 2 strikes on Jones, hitting just .234. With 5 home runs. He was 2 for 4 last night. Red Sox typically hold him down pretty good. And Kelly's 1-2. All even now. Hyun-Soo Kim on deck. Been swinging a good bat. Although that was not the case early in the season. In the early days of April. Here comes the 2-2. And now a full count on Jones.
They try to put Adam Jones away with the curveball. Back-to-back curveballs from Kelly, and both missing. There you see the breakdown on his pitch arsenal. 63% fastballs, 20% curveballs. 27%, I should say, curveballs, and 10% changeups.
The payout pitch, rocketed into left field for a base hit on a 3-2.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 3rd in the league with 25 errors in 52 games. Travis Shaw will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. Hanley Ramirez the first baseman. Left to right, Blake Swihart, Chris Young, and Mookie Betts. And Ryan Hannigan doing the catching for Joe Kelly.
Hyun-Soo Kim, the star from Korea, hitting .360 with 1 home run, but those numbers are only up recently. He signed last winter after a 9-year career in the Korean baseball organization. Came with his own theme song, which was on the shelf during spring training. He started out 0 for 23 in the spring and looking really overmatched, playing shaky defense. The story was that they were considering sending him back to Korea. They were trying to find a way to maybe send him back home. Mark Showalter was not a big fan. They were thinking about sending him to the minor leagues, but his contract made that impossible. Not because of all the money, but because he had a clause in the contract that said he could refuse a trip to the minor leagues, and he did. They wound up having to keep him on the big league roster.
It's kind of strange that a player would come over like that, you know, and get that kind of a guarantee in his contract when you really don't know how he's going to react to the big leagues. I mean, it's totally different than what he's been playing in.
Showalter actually benched him the final week of spring training. He looked like an overpaid singles hitter, but he hit a home run the other day, his first major league home run. And looks a lot more comfortable recently. The 1-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Kelly did beat the Orioles 4-2 back on the 13th of April, but he only went 5 innings in that one. Gave up 7 hits. That darted down low to run the count to 3-1.
First couple of hitters, Kelly having a difficult time locating his fastball. He's gone to a lot of curveballs to Adam Jones, who eventually got the base hit on one and started Kim off that way, but back to the fastballs and not throwing him for strikes.
Machado on deck, was off to a great start. The 3-1 toward the hole for a base hit. Jones up and into second, and we'll stop there. Back-to-back singles here for Baltimore.
And he certainly has that pull approach at the plate, and that time he does get the fastball from Kelly and finds that hole between first and second. Now, you see where Hannigan is set up. He was set up away. That's where he wanted the fastball. Instead, it's inside, and it's something he can hook by the dive of Pedroia. Had that ball been swung at and the ball was away, it probably would have been a ground ball right at Pedroia, possibly for a double play.
So trouble brewing here for Kelly in front of Machado, hitting .317, 13 homers. He's driven in 29. He is 3 for 9 against Joe in his career. Kelly looking for a double play ball hit right at a middle infielder. Check swing, and that is down low for ball one. Nothing wrong with the velocity, but missing with the first one to Machado. As you look at his American League ranks, got off to a great start. The April American League Player of the Month. Hit .344 with 7 home runs in April. And a 1-0 pitch from Kelly. Foul back.
Ooh, there's one he got away with. That was a curveball that didn't do very much for Joe. It just kind of hung up about letter high. And well, he's fortunate Machado fouled this back, because a lot of times that's a ball that will go out of the ballpark, especially against a hitter like Machado.
Man, that's center cut.
No dip in that one.
Jones at second. And Kim at first with nobody out. Red Sox had 1-0 in the first inning. And a high fly ball tagged to left field. Swihart back, still backing up with room. He will make the catch on the warning track. Jones will tag up, and so will Kim. And they will both advance on a deep fly ball, and Machado just missed one.
He had a couple of good pitches to hit in that at bat, and he takes this one back to the warning track. Now, I think if Blake Swihart had to do this all over again, instead of trying to go to third base, go to second base with this baseball and keep that man out of scoring position. Got little chance of throwing out the guy at third, but you do have a chance of keeping the man at first, which would keep the double play in order. Instead, now you got 2 men in scoring position.
Yeah, that looked like one of the first youthful, as far as outfielder mistakes he's made while playing left field. Well, here comes Chris Davis, scuffling along at .222, but he is 5 for 10 with a home run against Kelly, who now has runners at second and third and only 1 out. Red Sox with a shift on, with Pedroia planted in shallow right. Davis hit one foul last night that was a mile high down the right field line, and the umpires just couldn't tell, because it went, if anything, it went over the top of that foul pole down the right field line. They did review it and determined it was foul, as it had been called on the field. He can hit him a ton. The 1-0 pitch from Kelly, who's in some trouble. Davis is in a big time slump right now. His last 10 games, he has not hit a home run in that span. And he's 6 for 41 with 20 punchouts. Boy, Kelly with a very deliberate tempo. And a 2-0. And a strike.
Trying to make a quality pitch on that 2-0 count right there. Keep that fastball in the inside part of the plate, inside corner, and not allow it to leak out over the plate against Davis. As Dave mentioned, handles Kelly very well.
The edge away at second and third with 1 gone, and the 2-1. That is high and tight with a fastball. So another hitter's count.
Yeah, that's what he's tried to do with that fastball on every single pitch he's thrown, is keep it inside, up and in against Davis.
Another home run threat up next. That's Mark Trumbo. He's hit 15 home runs. A lot of these Orioles are slumping right now. But the first two men singled. Here's the 3-1, and he walked him, and the bases are going to be loaded. Boy, a choppy start for Kelly.
I think he was being very careful right there with Davis. You know, he knows the numbers Davis has against him. The 5 for 10 with a home run, and he did have first base open. So if Davis was going to beat him, it was going to have to be on one of Kelly's pitches. And Kelly that time keeping the fastball inside, so he puts him on and he takes his chances now with Trumbo, the right-handed hitter,
who is 0 for 7 in the series. It does, however, load the bases. 283, 15 home runs for Trumbo. He is tied for third in the major leagues in home runs. So Kelly trying to get out of this. Bases jammed and one out here in the first inning.
Right now he just appears to be getting underneath a lot of fastballs. That elbow dipping down and the fastball just kind of sailing on him.
Kelly with a very long look in to Hannigan. And the 1-0 pitch. He missed again. And here comes Willis. Baseball on NESN is brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. Subaru, retailers of New England, supplying award-winning all-wheel drive vehicles throughout New England. By DraftKings, the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of your Boston Red Sox. By the 2017 Kia Sportage. Visit anykiadealers.com to learn more. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Now Carl Willis back inside that dugout. The bases all loaded up here. And Kelly finding it very tough just to throw a quality pitch right now. Jones, Kim, and Davis loading him up, and the 2-0. Line shot, base hit into right field. Jones is in to score. Kim, they're going to wave him in. And the throw is cut off on the middle infield, and that'll be 2 runs for the Orioles as Trumbo slices a hard single to right field to make it 2-1.
Now that's nice hitting by Trumbo because, you know, 2 balls, no strikes. He's not up there trying to hit a grand slam. He gets a fastball out over the plate and moves it to the opposite field. Hannigan set up a way that ball leaks to the middle of the plate and kind of an inside-out swing right there by Trumbo. Picks up his 38th and 39th RBI of the season.
And that'll send up Matt Wieters, the catcher, the switch hitter, getting 280 with 4 home runs. He is one of the few Orioles coming into this game tonight swinging a good bat, hitting .370 his last 14 games. Runners on at first and third. Only 1 away. 3 hits and a walk against Kelly here in the bottom of the first inning. And the 2-0 is high.
Having a tough time getting ahead in the count.
Alvarez on deck. Big swing and a miss on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, Wieters actually helping out there too, because that ball was not a strike. It was up and out of the strike zone, but Wieters did chase it.
One and one with 1 out, 2 on. And he punches that one right to the netting. Tomorrow night, Rick Porcello on the mound, going in 7-2 against Ubaldo Jimenez, who is 2-6 with a high ERA over 6. That'll be the finale of the series, and the Red Sox will be heading back home to face Toronto at Fenway. And he buried that breaking ball.
Only pitch that Joe Kelly has not thrown yet is his changeup. He's having trouble commanding both the fastball and curveball and has yet to go to a changeup. See what he does here on the 2-2 count.
Davis at third and Trumbo at first base. Here comes a 2-2. And a high pop up into left field. Swihart backing up, Davis back to tag, and here he comes as the throw comes to second base, and another run up on the board for the Orioles. They lead it 3-1. Wieters with his 18th RBI.
Good job by Wieters. I mean, he gets a pitch that he can elevate. Once again, it's the curveball, but it doesn't do very much. It stays upstairs, and that's a good pitch for Wieters to lift deep enough to the outfield. Once Swihart starts backing up a couple of steps, there's no question that run's going to score. So he throws the ball into second base to keep the man out of scoring position.
Alvarez becomes the 7th man to hit in the inning, with 2 down, hitting .194 with 3 home runs. He signed well into spring training with the Orioles, coming over from the Pittsburgh Pirates. And he knocks that one toward the alley. That's going to be on the grass, onto the track, up against the wall. Trumbo into third base. They're going to wave him in. Pedroia fires to the plate, not in time. And it has turned into a very ugly inning here for Joe Kelly. That'll make it 4-1.
Joe Kelly in this inning could get no command of his fastball or his curveball. No matter which one he throws, he's not throwing it in spots that are tough to hit. Alvarez supposed to be inside, leaks back out over the plate, and Alvarez able to make good solid contact in that gap in right center field. All the way around from first base as Trumbo scores in a big inning here for the Orioles. If the Red Sox, after a quick start by Mookie Betts, trail by 3.
And Jonathan Schoop, the number 8 hitter in the inning, takes a big cut and a miss. He's at .264, 8 homers, has very good power himself. Just 1 for 11 against Kelly. And will try to end a very tough first inning on this batter. Started out back-to-back singles by Jones and Kim, and went downhill from there. 0-2.
You got 2 pitches just about the identical spot. 2 fastballs up and in on Schoop. I don't think that last one was supposed to be up and in, but that's where it ended up and was effective.
Alvarez at second, and 4 runs in for Baltimore. And a 2-strike pitch. Cut on and missed. Got him to chase a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. But he faced 8 men, and 4 of them came in to score. 4-1, the Orioles. Well, the Red Sox with some work to do here as Travis Shaw leads off the second inning. 4-1. The Orioles in front. Shaw hitting .292 with 7 home runs, 35 driven in. He was 1 for 4 with a double last night. And Wright deals that one on the corner, according to Eddings. Blake Swihart up next, and the 1-1.
It's again a change of velocity in the fastball. The previous fastball was 89. That one was 92 up and away.
Inside on Shaw, who's trying to solve Oriole pitching. He is 4 for 40 against them in his brief major league career. So they've tied him up 2-2. He got a piece there.
You notice what they're doing too. Everything has been away from Shaw. All pitches with the exception of one. Last pitch is going to be outside. And, Shaw able to foul it off. Probably a strike.
Away for ball 3. Mike Wright, a second-year man, made his major league debut last year in May. Went 3-5 in 9 starts, an ERA over 6, so they're not exactly sure what they have yet. High pop down the line. Kim giving chase, but that sails into the stands. Dead & Company will kick off the Plainridge Park Casino Fenway Concert Series presented by DrivePrime.com on July 15th. Tickets still available. Get yours now at redsox.com/Dead & Company. And the 3-2. That one punched down the line. He hooked it toward the corner, and it one hops the wall. He's heading into second. Trumbo up and gunning. The tag will not get him. He's got himself a double.
Now, very fortunate too was Shaw, because that ball bounced right back to Trumbo, and it looked like he was going to be there in time to get Travis Shaw. That ball was hit so hard, and you know, right field here is like left field at Fenway, very, very shallow. So it's no guarantee, even though you hit the ball in that spot, you're going to get a double. See how far Trumbo has to go, and it bounces back in his direction on one bounce. Comes up throwing. If that ball's on target, Travis is out at second base. Spinning around and making his throw in, just going to be off target.
So a good start here to the second inning for the Red Sox. Swihart is next. He was 0 for 4 last night after going 3 for 4 in game 1 here. And Wright's first one to him is over but low for ball 1. Blake's last home run at the big league level was September 29th of last year against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. To the first baseman, Davis will snag that. Down to third is Travis Shaw. And one man is gone. First Paw Sox broadcast of the season is Monday night on NESN. Join us at 7. Paw Sox start a 4-game homestand against the Toledo Mud Hens.
Even though it's early in the game and you're down by 3 runs, that's still a valuable out by Swihart. Well, if you're going to make an out, you get at least you advance a runner to third base in less than 2 outs.
So Chris Young trying to bring him in. The infield coming in several steps.
Well, that's unusual, isn't it? Because I mean, they've got a 3-run lead this early in the ball game, yet they're pulling the infield not all the way in, but a portion of the way in, and that may be just enough where the third base coach has to tell Shaw, make the ball go through. I mean, they're not choking the grass by any means, but they're playing in about 3 or 4 steps closer than double play depth.
Young 1 for 3 last night in the Sox victory, and he takes a ball. And of course, he made a terrific leaping catch at the top of the wall to rob Manny Machado of a 2-run homer. I talked to Chris down in the clubhouse today, and he said he thought it was gone. He had that glove right on top of the wall. He said, I'm 90% sure it was out of the ballpark. As he gets a piece of that one.
Well, what's great about this catch for me is the fact that he had to look away from the baseball twice. Once, oh, then we missed the first one, but twice he had to look away, and he's still able to pick the ball up and make that great catch with his glove going over the fence.
The 2-1. And a high fly golfed into left field. Kim is backing up. He's headed for the wall. He's there, but it is gone. 2-run homer for Young. And the Red Sox get right back in this thing now, 4-3. His second home run. Really golfed that one out of here.
He really did. This ball was actually down in the strike zone, as you can see right there, just below the knees. But a good job getting the barrel of the bat on the baseball, and Kim's just going to run out of room out there in left field. So this might be one of those nights, Dave.
Red Sox already with a couple of home runs. Mookie Betts had one to lead off the ball game. Speedway proud to be New England's first choice for value and convenience. For every Red Sox homer, Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Stop by a Speedway near you and pick up your Speedy Rewards card and start earning points today. 4-3 Baltimore. Travis Shaw with a double to start the inning and a 2-run shot by Young. And the 2-0.
Hannigan can't believe that pitch was called a strike. That pitch was a 2-0 pitch that looked like it was inside. Instead of a 3-0 count, now it's 2-1.
Mookie Betts up next. Here's the 2-1 home. Another called strike. Chris Young giving and taking away these last couple of nights. 2-2. And caught by Davis at first base, and that'll be the second out. Here comes Mookie again. Mookie Betts with his 4th home run in 6 at-bats. In the first inning, launching one for his 4th home run in 2 nights. And next inning, you'll get to hear some of the interview that Jerry Remy had with the hitting coach Chili Davis. He talks about Mookie Betts at length and what makes a guy at this size such a powerful hitter, among other things.
That's the question people really wanted to know. You know, he's not that big. Everybody knows that, but he's got tremendous bat speed.
Fastball snuck in there. 0-2. Mookie driving in 5 runs last night. He's now second on the club in homers behind David Ortiz, and just 1 behind him now. That one sails, and there's going to be a warning here. Wright's going to be warned, and both benches are going to be warned. And Jerry, we talked about this last night. If he kept hitting the ball out of the ballpark and looking so comfortable, what might happen?
Yep. You know, you kind of, now John Farrell's going to argue, why have we been warned? We didn't do anything. Now, you knew something was going to happen with Betts. We kind of had the feeling last night. You know, I did anyway, that I thought that maybe they'd drill him last night. Now they get an 0-2 and they throw it directly over his head, which I don't like when they're headhunting. But then immediately the warnings go out. Now the umpire knows that this is intended to drop Mookie Betts, so he warns the pitcher, warns the dugout, then warns the Red Sox dugout, who's done nothing yet.
2-2. The Wright has coughed up a couple of home runs in the first 2 innings. The Red Sox are down by 1, 4-3. And a 2-2. Another one slapped hard but foul.
That time was a changeup that Betts was out in front of. And that pitch comes as no surprise to me. The only thing I don't like about it, I don't like the location of it, up around his head, over his head. quite frankly, I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier.
2-2. And moved him back a bit. Dustin Pedroia up next. Should he get that far? There are 2 away in the inning. And a high fly ball into left field. Kim at the wall, and it's gone again. He's done it again.
Well, there's your answer. Yeah, look at the dugout, all shaking their head. There's your answer.
5 home runs in the last 2 days, and it doesn't matter where they pitch him or if they throw it over his head.
Now, and you know the amazing thing about that was a changeup that he hit out of the ballpark. A changeup.
Dustin Pedroia will take a ball.
And you know that Red Sox dugout was all fired up. There's the grip on the changeup, and he just leaves it upstairs, and Betts takes it out of the ballpark. And I'll tell you, that pitch over Betts' head really upset the dugout. And what a way to answer for Betts. There's no better way to answer than what he did.
5 home runs in 7 at bats. Jerry, I've never seen anything like that.
No, this is. You can't believe what you're watching here with this kid. It's amazing. And, you know, he gets one zipped over his head. He gets another pitch after that. Then he gets a changeup. And he has the ability to stay back on that and take it out of the ballpark.
14 home runs for Mookie Betts. He has tied David Ortiz for club high honors and has tied the game at 4. And a 2-0 from right will miss outside. And they're going to get Worley going in their bullpen. Unbelievable. And a strike on Pedroia, who extended his hitting streak to 9 consecutive games with a single in the first inning. It's like he can't not hit home runs. Popped into center field, and Jones is there to retire the side. 2 home runs tonight and counting for Mookie Betts.
Go to last night's hero, Mookie Betts, and you know the big question with him is people want to know, you know, he's not a big guy. He's not 6'4", doesn't weigh 230. but he hits the ball as far in his many home runs as anybody can. Where does that power come from? I know he's got quick, exceptionally quick hands.
Very good hands. Bat speed. Mookie generates as much bat speed as anyone for his size. You know, you see a lot of numbers on exit velocity, on balls hit. You know, I'm sure his is right up there with guys bigger than him. And basically it's because, you know, you see that little rocking motion he does with his hands. It's all his timing. And when his timing is in sync, he generates as much bat speed as any player bigger than him.
Yeah.
You know, last night, you know, he hit the 3 home runs last night. What I was more impressed with was where he hit them. He hit one to left, he hit one to center, and he hit one to right.
Some performance. That's going to be high for ball 4 on Flaherty to begin the bottom of the second inning. Not what Kelly would prefer to have done there, but 2 home runs tonight after 3 yesterday. And that has us checking the record book for how many times in Major League history has it happened that a hitter has homered 3 times in back-to-back games. And we're in the second inning of game 2.
Yeah. What a pleasure to watch right now play baseball. I mean, it's just fun to watch him play.
Kelly continues to scuffle, though. He walks the leadoff man, and here's Adam Jones, who singled first trip and eventually came in to score as they got 4 runs. And the Red Sox are getting immediate bullpen activity in this inning as Lane gets started. He may be in this game quickly. Kelly has already walked a couple of men. 0-2 on Adam Jones. And on the pre and post game show tomorrow, if you want to see more of that interview, terrific stuff with Jerry Remy and Chili Davis. It'll be on pre and post. Get to see that in its entirety. And another conversation with Hanley Ramirez from the dugout today. The 0-2 hit weakly to third base. Shaw to Pedroia, got one. The turn, and not in time. Jones beating the wrap. He's safe at first base as Flaherty is out in the middle.
That ball just not hit hard enough to get a double play. I mean, the Red Sox were as quick as possible short of Pedroia, but you know, as they turn it over, Adam Jones still runs pretty well and gets down that line, but the ball just jammed him, and he just didn't get it out there hard enough for them to turn a double play.
John Farrell thought about a possible challenge there and determined he would not. We'll send up Hyun-Soo Kim. He singled first time up, and he came in to score. So Jones becomes the runner at first base. Inside for ball 1.
You know, Dave, you're talking about the interview with Chili Davis. Any high school or college coach out there, if you get a chance to see that on the pregame show tomorrow, watch it. It's very, very good. I mean, he does a great job breaking down hitting and the job of the hitting coach.
1-0 on the way. You know, a lot of folks talk about hitting coaches and whether they have great value. Are they overrated for a team? When a team one year doesn't hit but does the next year with essentially the same personnel, how much credit do you give the hitting coach?
Yeah, I've always believed that they deserve a lot of the credit because the work that they put in is endless. And you got to think that when he comes to the ballpark every day, any hitting coach.
Hit well to center. Young racing back. Racing, can't get it. That's going to skip up and over that center field fence. That'll be an automatic double, and that's going to cost them a run. As Jones has to retreat to third base, he certainly would have scored on that.
Joe Kelly tonight so far just does not have it. I mean, you know, it's going to be curious to see how long John Farrell sticks with him because there's really nothing working for him tonight. There's the fastball, and it's right over the middle of the plate. And Kim takes that up over the head of Chris Young in center field. Looked like Young maybe getting ready to make another spectacular catch, but couldn't catch up to that one.
Kelly's pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. It's an ugly look. An inning and a third, 5 hits, 4 earned already. And Machado will climb in. He just missed a home run in the first inning. A long fly to left field took Swihart to the warning track. Fouled away for strike one.
You know, I'm looking down at the bullpen. You see Tommy Lane warming up, and I'm wondering, you know, you got Clay Buchholz down there, but it takes Clay Buchholz a long time to get loose because he's a starter. So what they're doing is they're looking for a short reliever, you know, who can very quickly get things going down in the bullpen right now.
Second and third, 1 out. Kelly in trouble again for the second consecutive inning. To center field. And Young back there to make the play. Here comes Jones in to score. And the Orioles have the lead 5-4. Machado driving in his 30th run.
Now getting his job done by getting that long fly ball to center field and scoring the run. There's the breaking ball right there. Actually, that was one of the better curveballs that Kelly has featured so far in the game tonight. It was down in the strike zone, but still a very good job of hitting by Machado.
2 down, runner at third. Davis, the batter. He walked and scored in the first inning. And the first one to the big lefty slugger off the mitt of Hannigan, but no advance by the runner at third base. It did not roll very far.
Again, Kelly wants to be very careful with Davis. You know, first base open, 2 outs in the inning, and almost threw that one to the backstop.
Well, if he walked him more or less on purpose in the first inning, it did not pay the dividend he was hoping for because he gave up 4 runs. Kim at third. He just has not had command of anything.
No, he really hasn't. You know, we haven't seen the changeup from Kelly tonight for some reason. You know, if you're searching for a pitch right now, you think he might try one of those.
Two away and the pitch. And high again. Both benches have been warned in this one. And then Mookie Betts sent back his own warning. Here's the 3-0. Got a piece of that one. He green lighted on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
He sure did. He got the fastball on the 3-0 count from Kelly. I'm looking down that third base line and I'm watching Kim the runner. He's like halfway home. Here's that last pitch, but because they got the shift on, he can come way down that line at third base. As you can see, he's going to come even more than that. And anything that gets away from Hannigan, he's got a chance to score.
Baltimore on top, 5-4.
Wow.
And he missed with that one apparently, according to home plate umpire anyway, and that is ball 4. He's walked him twice.
Now that was a pretty good pitch right there. That was just missed by Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire. Watch the location of this fastball, how it comes back and right to the inside part of the plate. Certainly not too high. It's that runner at third base, Kim, way down the line, just in case of a little pass ball. You got a chance to score. Now the signs given by Hannigan to the infielders on what he's going to do with the baseball if the runner at first takes off. Is he going to throw through, hold on to it, throw to third? That's what those signs were for.
Already 8 base runners in 2 innings against Kelly. Here's Trumbo. He laced a 2-run single in the first inning. First and third. And a strike. That was Trumbo's first hit of the series. He became the first Oriole to hit home runs twice in the same inning back on April 15 at Texas. And the 0-1 from the right-hander. Well, that one almost got away. Hannigan had to leap up out of the crouch on that one.
Yeah, remember we talked, Dave, in the first game of this series how the backstop here is concrete. And if that ball goes over, it's going to bounce right back to Hannigan. So you're going to be aware of that as a runner at third base. There's no guarantee you're going to score on a ball that gets by the catcher.
What a struggle for Kelly here tonight. The 1-1. Hit very softly, and there's Hanley for the stop, and that will retire the side. They get another run now. 5-4 Baltimore. Top of the third inning, and the Red Sox trail 5-4 here in Baltimore with Xander Bogaerts leading things off against Mike Wright. And the Red Sox already with 3 home runs tonight, 2 of them, if you're just joining us, by Mookie Betts, and I kid you not. And a 1-0. Xander striking out in first inning. So looking to run that hitting streak to 25 in a row. Got the hit in the 7th inning last night. Third baseman Flaherty to his left. A little bit off target, but the tag is applied, and he gets him for the out.
You know, Dave, we had warnings already for both clubs, obviously because of that pitch over Mookie's head. And what that means is if the umpire, deems either pitcher on either side the rest of the game coming in tight intentionally, they can throw out both the pitcher and the manager. So that's something to keep in mind as this game progresses. It's really the umpire's judgment.
Time for a twisted but true fact. According to Elias, the Red Sox .525 slugging percentage in May is the second highest ever for any calendar month, behind June of '03 for the Red Sox. Twisted tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted.
So I guess my point is that as a hitter, you can now be very, very comfortable in the batter's box.
Ortiz struck out his first time up. Incidentally, it has never happened in baseball history that somebody has, on consecutive nights, hit 3 home runs. Last night we were thinking about 4 when he came up the last time, and he grounded out to second base. 3-0 is fouled away. Ted Williams in 1957, the only Red Sox player with 2-3 home run games in a season. Hanley Ramirez on deck, and then Travis Shaw in the third. 3-2 on David.
Took a little bit off the fastball that time. Threw a sinking fastball at 89 miles an hour.
Wright's payoff pitch, and a high fly ball. Very deep to right. Way back. Kiss it goodbye. Way out of here. And the Red Sox have tied it again. That is 4 Boston home runs already tonight against Wright.
And that is the 3rd career home run that Ortiz has had against Wright.
Number 518 for Big Papi. Where did he lose that one? And we are dead even at 5 apiece. 4 Red Sox homers tonight. It is flying here.
I mean, that ball's right down Broadway, and well, we should say Utah Street, but because we're in Baltimore, right down Utah Street and right out of the ballpark.
Pop foul out of play by Hanley Ramirez, who's 0 for 1 with a pop up to second. Tying Jim Rice for 3rd most all time in Red Sox history in RBIs.
About the start of this game. Oh, wow.
Slugfest. It's happened before in this ballpark. It's not the first time. Well, Hanley is due to join it. He's not homered since the 10th of May against Oakland. It was 71 at bats ago. So he's due. And Wright with a 2-1. That's downstairs. DraftKings, the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of the Red Sox. Experience the thrill of playing on DraftKings now. Play free daily using promo code NESSN at DraftKings.com. A 5-5 game, and Wright with a 3-1. And he popped him up. And the third baseman with a play, and that'll be the second out. You know, you and I have both called a lot of Major League Baseball games. I cannot recall a hitter like Mookie is right now, maybe with the exception, and I hate to bring it up, but I mean Barry Bonds several years ago when everything he did barrel up was out of the ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you see guys go through hot streaks, and every time they get up, they make solid contact. But to be hitting home runs the way that he's hitting them is just unbelievable what we're watching here over the last couple of nights. I mean, it's one thing to go to a streak, and you know you have 10 at bats where you're just putting the barrel of the bat on the ball, and you're getting good solid contact, and they're not all hits, but you know, you're putting the right approach there. I mean, he's putting the right approach, and he's getting home runs out of them.
And just hitting them all over the ballpark. Left field, center field, right field yesterday. Travis Shaw with a double his first time up, and cuts right through that one. Chris Young is also homered. David Ortiz with a home run. One, two, and that one's hammered for a base hit. So Shaw on for the second time. He is 2 for 2, and out pops Showalter. So he has seen enough of Wright. You figured this had a chance to go south on their starter pretty quickly tonight.
Yeah, he did not have much at all in this ball game tonight. I mean, he had no sink on his fastball, and that's what he really relies on.
Vince Worley coming on. Brought to you by Kia, the call to the bullpen. And we are all tied up 5-5, and we'll have more in just a moment. Wisconsin is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Red Sox have battled back again to tie up this ball game at 5 apiece. Vance Worley coming out of their bullpen as the Orioles have to go to the pen very early. Red Sox made 2 today as Kelly has really struggled. Swihart leading off last inning, actually batting second last inning. He grounded out as a runner at first base and 2 away here. After the base hit by Travis Shaw, and he'll look at a strike.
2 pitches, 2 fastballs, and both at 87 miles an hour from Worley.
Right, a fast exit, and the 1-1. Shaw 2 for 2 in this one, leading at first base. And he checks again. 3 balls and 1 strike. Red Sox trying to win the first 3 games of this series, which will wrap up tomorrow night. And the 3-1. Loop foul back out of play. Red Sox season ticket holders, make sure you experience the best seats, price, and benefits Fenway has to offer. For information on becoming a season ticket holder, visit redsox.com/season tickets or call 877 Red Sox 9 today. Runner goes, and it's flared foul out of play.
Brian Swihart was late on that pitch. It was only 89, and it was right down the middle. Fouling it off to the third base side. Usually in that situation, you're a little bit ahead of it because you get the count in your favor.
Shaw will be running again with a full count, and again it's spoiled. The Oriole rotation has been a weak link for them during this stretch where they've dropped 7 out of 9, an ERA of 6.10. And before tonight, in their last 48 2/3 innings, they had allowed 14 home runs. Add 4 more, and he walks him. So the Red Sox may not be done scoring in this inning. First and second for Chris Young, who blasted a home run his last time up. Inning 273. Now 2 home runs for Young, who has taken over in center field with Jackie Bradley out on paternity leave. We still haven't had word about the baby yet. As soon as we get it, we'll pass it along. But we will not see Jackie Bradley until the Red Sox get back to Boston. That'll be down and away for ball 1. This is a Red Sox team that lost 9 of the first 17 games of the season, but they have gone 24 and 11 since then. Best in the American League over that span.
Little extra velocity that time at 90. So he started off at 87 with his fastball, that time moving it up to 90 against Chris Young.
Shaw at second, Swihart at first, and a strike.
Now, Young has 2 home runs on the season. We always talk about him being a specialist against left-handed pitching. Well, both home runs this year have come against right-handers.
The 1-2 to the outfielder, Chris Young. That one tomahawk foul. Hey, it's Winning Wednesday. If the Red Sox win, Plain Ridge Park Casino will donate $777 to the Relay for Life of Greater Attleboro. Tied at the moment, and the 1-2. And Worley with a 2-2 coming. And spoiled back out of play. Let's go back to his home run swing in the second inning.
A 2-run shot by Chris Young as he gets the fastball, a sinking fastball that was actually down. It wasn't that bad a pitch, but some very good hitting by Young. As he goes right down about kneecap high and takes down to the ballpark.
A check swing. Did he offer? He did not, says Jeff Nelson. So it's a full count.
Now runners on the 3-2 count will be off, and maybe on a double, Swihart is able to score from first base if that happens.
Certainly for the Red Sox tonight, the baseball is flying. Here comes the 3-2 with the runners going, and he bounced it up there on ball 4. So that is going to load up the bases. And there'll be no place to put Hannigan. And Wallace will come on out for a conversation. So they are all filled up. Hannigan so far 0 for 1 tonight.
This has not exactly been a pitcher's clinic to this point of the ball game.
Not exactly. Sunday on NESN Clubhouse, we celebrate World Environment Day. The difference between playing on turf against playing on dirt. We talk about that. Plus Joe Kelly will teach D'Angelo Ortiz how to pitch on the mound. Catch it all Sunday at noon on NESN Clubhouse, presented by Delta Dental of Massachusetts. So the Red Sox with a man at every base. Shaw at third base, Swihart at second, Young at first. Hannigan with a chance to do some big time damage here in a 5-5 tie. He lined to the first baseman his first time up. Hannigan with 8 runs batted in. He eyes a strike. And Worley with a 1-1. And he missed with that. Mr. Betts is on deck. Already with 2 home runs tonight. And a 2-1 to Hannigan. That picks up the corner.
Hannigan expecting a fastball that time with the bases loaded, in particular on a 2-1 count. Didn't get it. Got a breaking ball to the outside part of the plate, and tough pitch to hit. Cut slider, or cut fastball, or slide it right there to the outside edge.
Here's the 2-2, and he knocks it foul. Went back to the fastball at 90. David Ortiz has belted a home run in this inning. The starter has been removed in this inning. And with 2 down, Shaw singled. Swihart took ball 4. Young took a walk. Chance for Hannigan, to 2-2. Up the middle, base hit. Shaw's in to score. Here comes Swihart. He is in to score, and the Red Sox lead it 7-5. Hannigan had to really find it bat there.
He did, and he picks up his 9th and 10th RBI of the season and get Betts to the plate. Gives the Red Sox the lead 7-5, right up the middle with the fastball. Kind of a top spin ground ball that's going to quickly get through, and 2 runs able to score. Of course, you go on contact, immediately on contact with 2 outs, so no problem for Swihart to score on that.
So the Red Sox in the lead, and now must-see TV. Mookie Betts, a home run in the first, a home run in the second. And the first pitch is in there for strike 1. Look at this, that top step. He has homered 14 times. As that one misses down low. And nobody in the history of Major League Baseball has homered 3 times in consecutive games. And this game is only in the 3rd inning. And he has 2 more tonight. Runners at first and second. Fouled away.
Take a look at both the home runs for Betts. Both have come on one on a fastball, I should say. That was in the 1st inning. The second one came on a changeup after the ball had sailed over his head. Changeup that was up in the zone, and he hooks it out of the ballpark for the home run.
Worley with a 1-2 into the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out, and 2 runs in after the base hit by Hannigan. That followed the home run, the solo shot by Ortiz. So the Sox have scored 3 times in this inning. And he takes ball 3.
What a spot to be in. As hot as he is, a 3-2 count. 2 men on base.
The baseball has to look like a beach ball to him right now. And the 3-2 with the runners going, and flared foul out of play.
Fouled off a pretty good pitch right there. That fastball was down and away. It was a strike. But Betts able to cover the plate and at least foul it off. Watch the location of this pitch. Can't take it. It's too close to take. It's a strike. That's just a good pitch fouled off.
He'll try it again. The 3-2. Runners go. Jammed him. And a little dribbler foul. Mookie against the Orioles this season is 14 for 26 with 6 home runs. He is just killing Baltimore. 3-2. Check swing, and that is ball 4. They do appeal, and no swing, says Nelson. So Mookie is on, and that reloads the bases.
That's tough to do when you're Mookie Betts, because you're in that streak the way he's in, hitting home runs, and you know, a lot of times anything close they want to swing at. But he lays off the high fastball, draws the walk.
Filled up for Pedroia, who has singled and flied out to center field. Red Sox up 7-5, and he'll look at strike 1.
That's the first big curveball we've seen from Worley.
Dustin Pedroia has hit safely in 14 in a row against the Orioles. He has a 9-game hitting streak overall as he eyes a strike. And that hitting streak could go on a while, because Toronto is coming in next to Fenway. Then Baltimore will be on the next homestand. It's 10 straight games against those opponents, and those are 2 clubs he hits exceptionally well. He hits a lot of opponents very well. He's down 2 strikes. Last night with a home run in the 1st inning.
Yeah, back-to-back with Betts right out of the chute for the Red Sox. That ball down and in, and that's a good pitch from Pedroia. He likes that ball in that area. Up and in and down and in.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Pedroia. Bases loaded. And a roller foul. TJ McFarland, who just returned to the big club, the left-hander, loosening up. Bogart's on deck, and then David Ortiz, who's belted a home run in this inning. The righties 1-2. Ground ball toward the hole underneath the glove. Schoop has it, throws to the pitcher, and he gets there in time to retire the side. But the Red Sox enjoy a 3-run 3rd. Poppy with a blast, 7-5. Mason Extra Innings Live right after the game. TC and Steve Lyons break it down. You'll hear from Joe Kelly and John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason. We'll see if Kelly's talking about getting it together come the third inning, because it has been ugly so far for Joe. 5 runs, 5 hits. He's been all over the place. He's walked 3 men, but out there for the third. And here's Wieters as he takes that one in there for a strike. And Tommy Lane's still warming up out there. It's a situation where John Farrell better get him in the game at some point here pretty quickly, or he's going to lose him. Bunting, that's a fair ball. Hannigan will gun on to get him. Matt Wieters trying to bunt, and he helps out Kelly's cause there.
Well, they're in the shift, of course, and we're seeing this more and more where the big power hitters and the guys that they play the shift on it, trying to bunt the ball down that third base line, and we haven't seen it with much success. That bunt just stops on the dirt in fair territory, and Hannigan has an easy time throwing him out. I mean, I like the idea, but they're not doing it with great success.
Not a lot of great bunters anymore. Back in the 70s, the 80s, a lot of guys could bunt.
Well, thank God for me they invented bunting. I wouldn't have been around very long.
Alvarez doubled his first time up. I think it's a big help because Wieters is their hottest hitter.
Yep.
And he's a guy who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. Kelly says thank you very much. Alvarez, a guy with power, 27 home runs for the Pirates last year. And he's hit 114 home runs since 2012. Red Sox ahead 7-5. A lot of runs early here tonight at Camden Yards. And the 0-2 is up the middle for a base hit. So Alvarez is 2 for 2. The hits keep on coming against Kelly. Follow Red Sox baseball live with the MLB.com at bat app. Stay up to the moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball, on your smartphone and tablet today. This is a walk on the high wire for a manager, because you have a starting pitcher here, Jerry, who just doesn't have it tonight, but you don't want to wear out and kill your bullpen entirely this early in a game. I get it. But I think a lot of fans are saying, well, why is Joe Kelly still in the game?
He's obviously on a very short leash. I mean, one more base runner, he's out of the ball game, but they're hoping that he can string together 3 or 4 decent innings for him so they don't have to go to the bullpen at this particular time. But I think one more base runner in this inning, he's probably gone.
Rocketed to center. Young racing back, racing, can't get it. It's up against the fence. Alvarez almost stumbled around third, but he is going to score, and down to second base with a big time double is Schoop. Here comes John Farrell. And now it's a 1-run game again. That makes it 7-6. And Schoop with his 29th run batted in. Well, from the get-go, it just wasn't going to be Kelly's night. First 2 men singled off him. Eventually they would score. Red Sox are scoring a little bit more. He's grateful for that. We'll take the break and be back with more in just a moment. On Sunday, June 12, sample bacon-inspired dishes from over 40 of Boston's best restaurants and over 30 different beers at Fenway Park. Visit RedSoxFoundation.org/bacon to purchase your tickets.
What you've got now is you've got Tommy Lane in the ball game probably for just the remainder of this inning, and Buchholz has started to loosen up in the bullpen. And we talked about this earlier. You know, it takes him longer to warm up because he's accustomed to being a starting pitcher. So if you need somebody in the middle of the inning, Buchholz is not the guy. He's the guy to start the inning.
Came out of the pen in Toronto, picked up a win in the extra inning game, and it was quite effective. Kelly 2 1/3, 6 runs so far. He is responsible for that man at second base, and here's Flaherty. Kelly walked him. Joe also walked 3 men. He has a 10-game winning streak coming in. Adam Jones on deck. Only 1 out and a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Schoop rounding, and he is going to score, and this game is tied again at 7. Flaherty with a single, charged that one to Kelly, and he can close the book on Joe tonight.
Yeah, lefty on lefty matchup, and Flaherty wins the battle with the ground ball up the middle. You see Bogaerts pulled over there, but it's to the second base side. And even with the dive, he tries to dive to knock the ball down and not allow that run to score, but couldn't quite get to it. Schoop comes around, and this is a wild one tonight.
Indeed.
14 runs already.
Indeed. In each side with 8 hits. And we're in the 3rd inning. Settle in, Jerry Remy. Here's Adam Jones, a single. He flies this one towards center. A long run in now for Young, and he's going to get there. Flaherty back to first base. And 2 down. For Hyun-Soo Kim. Has a perfect night going with a single and a double. Hitting .385. So maybe beginning to figure out pitching here in the major leagues in the U.S. after a very successful career in the Korean baseball organization. He was a slugger there. So this one is already in the hands of both bullpens. 2 down and ball 1.
Even with the lefty and lefty matchup, they still go into the shift on Kim. 3 infielders on the right side. Only Bogaerts left at the shortstop position and playing in right now until there's a strike, just in case of a bunt.
Machado on deck.
Now with a strike, Bogaerts will move back to a deeper position with the possibility of a bunt eliminated.
Looking through some of the historical records, Carl Yastrzemski in May of 1976 hit 5 home runs in 2 games. As Mookie Betts is done. Stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Plainridge Park Casino. TC and Steve Lyons have scores and highlights from around Major League Baseball. The 2-1. He would not chase it. Sox have due up come the 4th inning. Bogaerts, Ortiz, and Ramirez. David Ortiz has belted a home run tonight. 3-1. And he walks him. So Kim on for the 3rd time. That'll put runners at first and second for Machado. He drove in a run in the 2nd inning with a sacrifice flies, also flied out to left field. Machado is the early leader in the All-Star voting for 3rd baseman. in the American League, even though he's actually played more games at shortstop. With Hardy out with that busted hand. He is a spectacular defensive third baseman. Maybe the best in the game. He's done a fine job at short as well. He has runners at first and second with 2 away. Hard hit, base hit. Flaherty rounding. Swihart will throw into second as the run comes in to score to make it 8-7. Back and forth we go.
Well, if you like offense, you certainly turned into the right game tonight, because there's been plenty of that, and it's not making the managers on either side very happy. The fastball down to the zone, and Machado with the ground ball base hit. Top spin ground ball that gets through. I think Swihart was thinking about throwing home, but I don't think he fielded it cleanly, then decided to went to second base. He looks toward home. No chance there, so goes to second.
So the Orioles back in front 8-7. Brings up Chris Davis. Kelly walked him twice, and he scored a run in the first inning. Although he has been mired in a slump with a ton of strikeouts. He strikes out a lot anyway, and he takes ball 1. He struck out twice last night, going 0 for 4. Eduardo Rodriguez in the bullpen held Davis, Trumbo, Wieters, and Scope, their 4, 5, 6, and 7 batters, to 0 for 16 with 7 strikeouts last night. Totally different story tonight. Kim at second, Machado at first. That's a home run cut. He doesn't know how to do it any other way.
Yep, home run. A lot of strikeouts. He's got 70 strikeouts on the season, 31 walks.
And Tommy Lane with a 1-1. Red Sox with a victory last night, took the lead in the season series 3-2. They'll beat the Orioles 19 times, including on a long homestand in June, the 14th, 15th, and 16th of June at Fenway. Seattle and the White Sox also win on that long homestand. That one fouled back to the screen. Seeing some good ball clubs coming in. Seattle right now half game out of first. And the White Sox are 2 games behind Kansas City in the Central. Baltimore chasing the Red Sox. The Sox with a 3-game lead in the division. Tim at second base, Machado leading at first with 2 down. Lane trying to strike out big Chris Davis here. And he popped him up. Xander Bogaerts makes the play right near the railing. Fine play there to retire the side. However, the Orioles score 3 times. They lead it 8-7. Xander Bogaerts will lead things off here in the 4th inning. 8-7 Baltimore in a slugfest. Xander without a hit in this one. He has struck out and grounded out. Again, a 24-game hitting streak on the line tonight. 7th inning base hit last night. He was asked later if he was thinking about it, and he said, "Are you kidding me?" He pops this one up, and Machado will put it away from shortstop, and he is 0 for 3. Fans don't miss NESN Live weeknights at 5:30. Catch all the latest news from your favorite New England sports teams. NESN Live is presented by Cross Insurance. David Ortiz last time belting a home run, number 15. Number 518 in his career, running his hitting streak to 9 in a row. And he is now 3 home runs behind Ted Williams, Frank Thomas, and Willie McCovey for 19th on the all-time home run list. And he has never homered 3 times in a game. As Mookie Betts did last night. And might again tonight. With 2 in the books this evening.
They're being very careful with Ortiz, too. The first 3 pitches outside, away from Ortiz.
2-1 rip down the line, headed into the corner. Fair ball. That'll skip up into the padded fence. He's heading for second. Here's the throw into second base, a tag, and he's out. David cut down, trying to extend that to 2 bases.
Curious to see who plays this ball off the wall. The second baseman's going out Flaherty, but it is Trumbo who plays it and makes a very good throw on one hop at second base, and they're just waiting there for David Ortiz. Looks like a cinch double. He's running hard out of the box, but a very good play by Trumbo.
Trumbo not overly athletic, but he has a cannon. In high school, they clocked him at 96 as a pitcher. Out in Southern California.
Now he threw a strike right there on one hop to get the out at second base.
Here's Hanley. He's popped up on 2 occasions tonight. 0 for 2. The Orioles have kind of locked up his bat so far this season. He's 2 for 18 against Baltimore. Bases empty, 2 down, 8-7. The Orioles lead it in the 4th inning. And a ball outside. Next half inning, Guerin has a story about Babe Ruth's connection to the city of Baltimore. Strong as it gets. And that is in there for strike 3. Side retired. That's all for the Red Sox. A rare quick inning in this game. 8-7 the Orioles.
Welcome back to Red Sox baseball on NESN. I'm Garen Austin, standing right outside the Babe Ruth statue here at Camden Yards. Now, Babe Ruth was actually born right down the street here in Baltimore, and 100 years ago in 1916, he had a 23-12 record. He pitched 23 complete games, and he had an ERA of 1.75. OB Jerry, some pretty impressive numbers. And remember, 1916 was one of the years the Red Sox won the World Series.
That's a great statue there, too, as well, Garen. Born very close here, and his father had a bar out what is now center field here at Camden Yards. You would like this one with all these runs, 8-7. And here comes Clay Buchholz out of the bullpen for the second time. He made his first relief appearance since 2008 on Sunday at Toronto. Scoreless 10th inning. He got the win. Here in the 4th inning, taking on Trumbo, Wieters, and Alvarez for the Orioles.
Seems so strange to see Buchholz come out of the bullpen. As you mentioned, Dave, this is the second time we've seen it. And if he's got his good stuff, he can go multiple innings for the Red Sox in this game.
And he pops up Mark Trumbo, who was 1 for 2 before that at bat into center field, and Young with the grab. Hey, this summer, pump up the fun with Irving Oil's $5 million giveaway. 3 ways to play. You could drive away with a Ford Escape, $5,000 in cash, or the grand prize of $100,000. Get your game ticket at Irving Oil today. Here's Wieters. He's driven in a run with a sac fly and then tried to bunt his last time up, and he was thrown out by Hannigan. Each side with 9 hits. As that one has popped up, Bogaerts heading toward the stands. Xander made a really fine play last inning up against the railing. Has to make those plays along the left side because in the shift here, Travis Shaw is all the way over to the right side of second base.
Hey, you get those pop-ups in foul territory, you got a long way to go to try to make those catches. Head bouncing around as you're running. Eyes moving.
1 strike on Wieters, the switch hitting catcher. You see what Joe Maddon said the other day about shifting? It's not going to do it as much. Has not been doing it as much this year. They've gotten burned on a few.
Yeah. And, you know, I think a lot of it depends on the opposition. Maybe the clubs he's facing in the National League don't have as many pull hitters, but I've never been a big fan, especially when there's a man in scoring position at second base, to go into a complete shift. I don't like leaving the whole infield open like that.
David Ortiz leaning on John Farrell. Here in the 4th inning, the 2-1. That's exactly what Maddon said. He said, you know, when he was managing over in the American League, in the AL East, he said there were a lot of, at least a fair number, of pretty deadly pull hitters, particularly left-handed guys.
Right.
And that's not the case in the National League.
Yeah.
So he is kind of staying away from it, although he was the father of it. Down low for ball 4. So Wieters will take his base with 1 man out. And it'll bring up Alvarez, who's perfect tonight, 2 for 2 with a double and a single. Get expert emergency care without leaving the ballpark at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center at Fenway, the first aid station right behind section 12 on the lower concourse. Visit bidmc.org. Jerry, tell me what he's talking about. I'm dying to know.
I don't know, man. It's got something he's seriously talking to John a lot about. I don't know if it's as bad or. That's pretty deep conversation.
It's emphatic, whatever it's about. Up high on Alvarez for a ball. When it's over for Big Papi, when his career ends, end of 2016, however it ends, do you see him going back to baseball at some point?
I think at his own leisure. Right? You know, I don't see him as a full-time participant in the game.
The 1-0 dribble foul you and I were talking about before the game. You know, the broadcasting possibility. Not so sure if that's going to appeal to David. Maybe getting inside a dugout. I don't know about that. I don't really see that.
I see him more as a Pedro Martinez type of thing, where he hooks up with the Red Sox organization. They have him down at spring training. He has pretty much his own schedule on what he'd like to do and who he'd like to see, and that's what I see David doing. Once it's all over.
The 1-1 to Alvarez. Well, he has finished up with the manager, imparting wisdom. He's ripped the home run and single tonight. Certainly not done hitting. Red Sox trail 8-7, and we're only in the last half of the fourth inning. At Camden Yards, as that one dips down and away at 75.
Buchholz trying the curveball right there, but that time getting away from him and down and away from Alvarez, not tempting to swing at.
Clay has made 181 appearances in his major league career, and 177 are starts. He's fallen behind now. Here comes the 3-1, and foul tip to the mid.
Good movement on that fastball. Two-seam fastball running away on the 3-1 count. He was all set up, geared up for fastball middle in, and that fastball took off away from Alvarez.
Wieters with a tiny lead at first base, and the 3-2 popped up. Once again, it's Bogaerts who has to give chase, heading near the stands. Oh, man, did he make a terrific play there. You saw him glance down there looking for room, and he had enough.
I mentioned these are not easy plays because how far he's got to run and the concentration it takes to be able to cover that distance and also be able to keep your eye on the baseball. Look where he starts. Way over at that shortstop position. He's got to go almost full speed and track the baseball at the same time. That's not an easy thing to do.
He was running all night to get there. So 2 down. Jonathan Schoop, the batter. He has struck out and doubled. 8-7 Baltimore. Joe Kelly lasting only 2 1/3 innings tonight. Schoop with good power at second base. He's hit 38 home runs at that position since the start of 2014. And rolled foul for a strike. This greater coverage of baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile. As we glance at the standings, Red Sox with a season-high 3-game lead over these Orioles. And Toronto now 2 games over 500. And they're starting to charge. They are 5 back. Blue Jays coming in for the weekend at Fenway. Here's the 0-1 to Schoop. Now 0-2. Red Sox with that series against Toronto, and then they're right back on the road going to San Francisco to face the Giants, who have a 4.5 game lead in the National League West over the Dodgers. And then the Red Sox go to Minnesota to face the hapless Twins, who are 15-36. That'll be a 3-game series. Fouled again at home plate.
It's kind of a strange trip all the way out to the West Coast just for the games against the Giants. 2 games. and then come back halfway across the country and play the Minnesota Twins, and then back to Boston.
That upcoming schedule with one more left here after tonight with these Orioles. After that weird travel, the Sox have a long homestand. 3 with Baltimore, 3 with Seattle, and then 4 with the White Sox. Oh, and 2 on. Schoop with a runner at first base and 2 men out. High drive into left center field, but Young says he has it into the alley and makes the grab to retire the side. 1 man left. 8-7 Baltimore. Shaw leading off here in the 5th inning. It is 8-7. The Orioles in front. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, and Garen Austin with you here from Camden Yards. Travis with a good night going with a double and a single. And a double last night as well. So looking like he is beginning to figure out the Orioles staff, which has dazzled him a bit. Not many staffs have. Swihart next, and then Young. Chris Young with a home run, one of 4 Red Sox homers. Adds hard hit, but they shift on him. And Schoop throws him out. Don't miss Dining Playbook every Saturday morning at 9 on NESN. Billy and Jenny will take you on a journey at the intersection of where sports and dining meet. Dining Playbook on NESN, driven by New England Chevy dealers. I did grab some crab cakes today.
Did you really?
I did, first time in a long time here in Baltimore. I don't know why.
Room service?
Did a little room service.
I notice you don't leave your room very much. It's pretty much a room service guy.
A little tapper to the right side. And 2 up and 2 down. Jerry, it's safer in there. I get a lot more work done in there. And if they'll bring it to me, I'll take it.
I'm the same way. I mean, I'm from the ballpark to the room, and I did go out for a little breakfast this morning because I ran out of those little peanut butter and jelly sandwiches they gave us on the plane. Actually, they got starting to get stale. They've been there for a couple of days, so. And I got a little breakfast, but I enjoy this hotel in particular because I enjoy sitting in the lobby of this hotel.
With all the dogs here.
Well, yeah, it's got all the dogs, but it's a nice lobby. It's very pleasant to sit in, so I enjoy that. So that's how I get out of my room and get over here in the 1 o'clock bus.
Young tried to hold up, and a swing and a miss, according to Doug Ennings. And Chris not too pleased with that. Lasted a home run back in the 2nd inning. Those little PB&Js, though, is the worst thing you can put in your body.
Are they really?
Well, they're terrible for you.
I didn't know that.
They're loaded. I mean, loaded with sugar. I can't believe they let you take those off the flight. A fly into right field, and Trumbo has that one lined up. And that's a fast inning. 1, 2, 3. Go to Red Sox. 8-7 Baltimore. Honoring the '86 Sox in a 53rd game in 1986. The Red Sox would win 3-0 over the Brewers. Roger Clemens improving to 10-0, tossing a complete game shutout with 8 strikeouts.
37-10 at that stage of the season.
37-16.
Oh, I'm sorry, 16.
But impressive nonetheless, right?
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, I knew it was a very good club, but I didn't realize that they got off to that big a start.
Yeah. Flaherty, a 203 hitter, but he's walked and singled in this one. He drove in a run last time up. Orioles in front 8-7. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Clay Buchholz out of the bullpen for his second inning.
Well, this, here's where challenges present themselves to a guy that has been down a little bit because he was taken out of the rotation, and now trying to work his way back into it. And this is a great opportunity for him. He comes into a game that's a very close game right now, score-wise. A lot of runs scored, and trying to calm it down for the Red Sox.
His role is as the long man, and the 0-2. Jones on deck, and then Hyun-Soo Kim. Fast exit for Joe Kelly tonight, 2 1/3. Just did not have it from the get-go.
Change up this time.
2-2.
Overthrowing a little bit, leaving it high, up and away. Hannigan pointing to the ground. He wants that changeup again, but he wants it down this time.
Waved at and missed. It's 79 got by him for the strikeout.
Just a little reminder from Hannigan. Let's get this pitch down. We're going to double up on the changeup, get it down in the zone, and that's exactly what Buchholz does. Not down and away, but down and in that time, and out of the strike zone. Gets the swing and miss.
Lexus making a pledge to strikeout hunger. For every strikeout by a Sox pitcher, Lexus donates $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. One away in the last half of the 5th inning. Top of the order now, and Adam Jones. He is 1 for 3. He singled to start the ball game for the Orioles and scored their first run. 3-time Gold Glove Award winner. Grew up in the San Diego area and was a high school teammate of former Red Sox first baseman Sam Horn. Nobody aboard and 1 down. 8-7 Baltimore. The 1-strike pitch. Fly to right. Betts on his horse. Not going to get it. Takes a sideways bounce down into the corner. He's heading into second base, and he'll stop there with a double.
Well, it's hard to see when you get down in that corner because it kind of opens up to a garage area. So it gets to a certain spot, and then it just disappears. Ball just sliced it, even with Betts' speed, because it's slicing away from him, he can't get to it. Then you see you lose Mookie. He goes into that area where they have the garage door. And by the time you pop out of there, it's a 2-base hit for Adam Jones. It's one of the little quirks here at Camden Yards.
8th double of the season for their leadoff hitter these days, and sends up Hyun-Soo Kim, who has singled, doubled, and taken a walk tonight. So the Red Sox have not retired him. Machado in the on-deck area. And that'll be in there for strike 1. Sox scored the first run of the ball game, just as they did last night, on a home run from Mookie Betts, who then hit another home run in the second inning tonight to give him 5 in 2 games so far. Just on the outside corner, according to Eddings, and it's 0-2.
And that'd be a great call for Buckholz to get the rest of the night. That changeup that's just about maybe 2 or 3 inches off the outside edge going in his direction.
Oh, 2 on Hyun-Soo Kim. Jones with a lead at second. And he buried it. Good stop by Hannigan. If it's anybody other than Wright that he's catching on a given night, it's got to feel like a night off for Hannigan.
Yeah, I can't imagine the feeling of going back there and battling that knuckleball every 5 days.
But Wright has been so very effective. Got a piece of that one. He'll be pitching on Saturday in the 4 o'clock game against Toronto. Stephen will go in 5-4 with a .245 earned run average. Coming off another complete game. That's what that means, by the way, that CG, I know we don't see it anymore in baseball these days.
Used to see it a lot, didn't you? Long time ago. Not much anymore. It's very rare in today's game of baseball. Bullpens are so important to successful teams.
Hannigan will come on out for a mound visit. And Wright has tossed his 3 complete games all on the road. Hey, tonight, after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, we have a complete recap of tonight's game here in Baltimore. Let's find out which Celtics have just signed contract extensions. That's tonight after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Pretty good company in those complete games for him. Kershaw, Sale, and Cueto. Kershaw is just pitching out of his mind for the Dodgers. A lunging fly ball into right center field. Betts converging along with Young, and Young will take it. Tagging up now Jones, and he will advance to third and stop there. 2 down.
Pretty good curveball that time from Buckholz. A lot of off-speed pitches to Kim. You know, change-ups, curveballs, and gets that fly ball on the curveball that time. Breaking ball is going to be down, and you can see Kim with kind of a half swing on that pitch. And the result, the fly ball to center field.
Brings up Machado, who has driven in a couple of runs tonight, and he's up to 31. Certainly looks like he is headed for the All-Star game. Runner at third base, 2 down. 8-7 the Orioles, and low for ball 1. Machado last year was the only man in baseball who appeared in every single game, all 162. Got his first career hit against David Price. Pop foul, back out of play to make it 1-1. Adam Jones down at third base. And a 1-1 to the number 3 hitter.
Good cut fastball that time from Buckholz. Looks like it's going to be a fastball toward the middle part of the plate, and it cuts right to the outside corner. And no contact by Machado.
Now there's been a little something extra on that outside corner for the home plate ump Eddings as well. Although he's been consistent with it. Here comes the 1-2. And foul right back to the screen. He went right back to that same spot.
Yeah, that time not with a cutter, with a 2-seamer.
Davis would be next.
Right back to the outside part of the plate, but a different pitch this time. A 2-seam fastball that he rides on the corner, and a good job fouling it off by Machado. Good pitch.
Machado has hit 13 home runs. One of the bright young stars in the game. Here comes the 1-2. And he pokes that one foul. That'll drift out of play. So to count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Man at third base and 2 away. Eduardo Rodriguez last night picking up the victory. He was pleased with that performance. I think you and I both believe that he's got more to give.
I definitely think so, and I think that's going to come in time. The more he gets, the more reps he gets as far as starts go.
89 pitches. They look pretty good. Here comes the 1-2. And he left it down and in. Orioles with 10 hits tonight. Sox have 9. And the Red Sox have hit 4 home runs. And yet trailing. Two balls, 2 strikes on Machado. And a high pop into left, racing out. It'll be Bogaerts calling everybody off and makes the play to retire the side. Good work by Buckholz there after giving up the double. Sixth inning, and that one in there for a strike here on Hannigan. 8-7, the Orioles have the lead. It'll be Hannigan, Betts, and then Pedroia in this inning, as that one is fouled out of play. And Ryan in this one with a 2-run single. He's also lined out to first base.
Well, after both teams scoring in the first 3 innings of this ball game, it's kind of quieted down just a little bit the last 2 innings.
0-2 knocked foul out of play. For every Red Sox hit in June, EchoStore Technologies donates $50 to the Sean Thornton Foundation. EchoStore Technologies, your data center solutions provider. Mookie Betts on deck. And Hannigan takes one up and in. Really good work there by Clay Buchholz. He allowed that double to Adam Jones, then got the next 2 hitters swinging good bats in succession. The 1-2 hammered up the middle. Down for it. Oh, and a slip there to throw, and he skipped it up into the crowd. So Machado with a slip with that foot, and then skipped it off into the stands, and that'll send Hannigan down to second base.
Yeah, probably going to go as a base hit for Hannigan and an error on Machado, I would think. Now he gets this ball behind second base, and if he doesn't slip right there, he has a chance, a definite chance to get Hannigan. He still tries to throw it, and with that underhand throw, then he throws it away. It gets off the glove of Davis into the dugout, and Hannigan able to get in the scoring position at second base. So I think it's going to be a hit and an error. We'll see how they score it.
So the Sox have the tying run down at second base for Mookie Betts, who has hit 2 home runs in this one. He's also taken ball 4. And he cracks that one right to Machado. Back to second, Hannigan. And with 1 pitch, Mookie is retired. So 1 man away. And Pedroia will be next. I was talking about Adam Jones and going to high school in San Diego. Went to the same high school with Sam Horn in the San Diego area. Pedroia in this one was single, a fly to center, and he is also grounded out. That tying run at second base. Here comes the 1-0. And lined into right field. That's going to drop down for a base hit. Hannigan waved around third. Here he comes. The throw home, and he is in to tie it. Dustin Pedroia with a base hit. Hard hit to right field. He picks up his 26th RBI. And we are retied in Baltimore.
Yeah, it's a 0-0 ball game right now as Pedroia again going to the opposite field. That ball is usually a pitch that he pulls, but this time he takes it. It's a little cut fastball. He'll take it the inside out swing to the opposite field, driving the run, picks up his 26th RBI of the year, and ties the ball game up. That's going to be it for Worley tonight.
So the throw is late, and we're starting all over again. The error, a huge part of it. Brad Brock will be brought in from their bullpen. We'll take the break as well. Here in the 6th inning, the Sox have tied it at 8. We'll have more in a moment. is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Red Sox have just tied it up 8-8. Had the feeling that's the way this game was going to continue. And Brad Brach is out of their bullpen. He's been very tough, 4-0 with an ERA of 1. And facing Xander Bogaerts, who is 0 for 3. As you look at the numbers on the right-hander.
Look at the strikeout numbers. 30 strikeouts in 27 innings, only 8 walks.
Xander with a 24-game hitting streak, but nothing tonight yet. 1 ball and 1 strike. He has 76 hits over the first 52 games. That is number 2 in the majors. Pedroia with a clutch hit has tied it. He's running, and it's knocked foul.
That looked like it might have been a hit and run put on by the Red Sox there as Pedroia was off at first base and Bogaerts taking a shot at that vacant hole between first and second. Is Pedroia going now? The second baseman's going to cover. Look at the big hole, and that's where Bogaerts was shooting that ball.
Ortiz on deck. Sox have now gone in front in hits 11-10. Pedroia now running in this one, goes all the way to the backstop, and now he's off to second base. He was not initially running.
Now that's a gift for the Red Sox right there. The wild pitch by Brach and all the way back to the backstop, even with the cement concrete back there, whatever it is, the ball didn't bounce back in time for Wieters to do anything at second base. It really affects that backdrop. It really affects when you're trying to score on a wild pitch, a pass ball.
Bogaerts with an RBI opportunity, and here comes the 2-2. Little floater into center. That's a base hit. Pedroia will stop at third base, and there's the hitting streak up to 25 in a row now for Xander.
Just a little bloop in the center field. There's all kind of ways to keep a streak alive, and that ball really got in on Bogaerts, but he gets it about the label of the bat and is able to muscle the ball into center field for the base hit. Pedroia had to hesitate slightly there, and that's going to hold him at third base. So Ortiz has an opportunity now with a first and third situation.
25 in a row, hitting .387 during the streak. He hit it ever so gently, but it's 25 straight. And now Big Papi, who has homered and singled, he's gone 2 for 3.
Ortiz back in the third inning, getting them a 15 of the year. Little doubt about that. Run contact.
And number 518 for David. He takes a ball outside. Only 1 away, and they're on at first and third. By the way, the 34th time the Red Sox have at least 10 hits in a game. They have 12. To the third baseman. Here comes Pedroia, throwing to second base. Got him there on to first and got him there. So the double play gets them out of the inning. But the Red Sox have retied it. And we are dead even at 8 in the 6th. Reason why the Red Sox and the rest of America run on Dunkin', because Dunkin's iced coffee is consistently smooth and delicious. Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee, the #1 coffee in New England. The Boston Red Sox run on Dunkin'. A Big Papi doubled up there. As we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, we're tied 8-8. There have been 22 hits in the game, and the Red Sox have 12. Davis, Trumbo, and Wieters, dangerous part of the order now for the Orioles.
David upset with that last at bat RBI situation. It grounds into a double play.
And as a teammate, all you can do is listen, right?
Oh yeah, you know, I mean, those are the kind of spots he lives for. And you get to a man in scoring position, you get a man at third base, you want to drive that run in.
2-0, way too high on Davis. Couple of walks and a pop-up for him tonight. Well, a lot has happened in this one, and it's still happening. Mookie Betts with a couple of home runs, and then they threw over his head. Both benches were warned. Xander Bogaerts has run his hitting streak to 25. David Ortiz is homered, and there's ball 4. Davis walking the 3rd time. And for more on Xander, let's go to Garen.
Thanks, Obi. Well, after the game last night, I asked Xander Bogaerts if he was feeling any pressure during this hitting streak, and he said, oh, yes. He said, when I wake up in the morning, I know that I have it. When I come to the ballpark, I know that I have it. He said he's trying not to put too much pressure on himself in those first few at-bats, but he said later on in the game, he starts to realize that he needs to focus more on having a good at-bat. And, guys, I asked him, does he feel relief after he gets that hit? And he said, for sure.
Yeah, that's what he said last night, Garen. You're absolutely right. He said, I live for another day, meaning the hitting streak. And he's run it to 25 tonight. Trumbo here with a 2-run single. He's also grounded out, flied out. Buchholz walking the leadoff man. Nomar with the top 2 among shortstops in franchise history. It dips downstairs. So he's gone to 2-0 on Trumbo. Big hit for him in the 1st inning when they scored 4 times. Then the Sox came back and got 3 runs in the 2nd. The 2-0. Low again. Now 3-0 on Trumbo. In that kind of game. And only the 6th inning. Davis with a tiny lead at first base, and the 3-0 pitch. And that is ball 4. So the Clay Buchholz a little wild all of a sudden. Back-to-back walks to begin the inning.
Yeah, he's been pretty good up to this point. He's going to get a visit from Kyle Willis. Back-to-back walks as the Red Sox come back to tie the game, and in immediate trouble here in the 6th inning. Has to try to work his way out of this.
It's 8 straight balls. Sunday, it's an all-new Charlie Moore outdoors. Charlie heading to Marco Island for some fun in the sun. Catch that and more on Sunday night at 6:30 right here on NESN. I'm wondering who is left for Big Papi to talk to in the dugout. He's been talking everybody's ear off. I think one of the things that's evident here is how much passion he still has for his job.
Yeah. You know, it's fun. He's embracing every second of what's going on this season. And, you know, it also helps when the team is playing good. It makes it much more fun for him to come every day in what may be his last year.
Look at this. I mean, he's agonizing over that at bat.
No, the RBI situations, when guys, you know, RBI guys and home run guys don't get those runs in it, it just eats away at them.
Here's Wieters with runners at 1st and 2nd and nobody out. He'll look at a strike right at the knee. Drove in a run in the 1st inning, tried to bunt his way on in the 3rd with a shift on, but he bunted into an out and he took a walk the last time. He's been one of their hot hitters. They haven't had that many lately. He's hitting .370 with 3 home runs his last 14 games. Buchholz really needs a ground ball right at somebody. Big cut by Wieters. He's in a hole now, 0-2.
Yeah, that ground ball is going to be tough too, because Wieters is the type of hitter that hits a lot of fly balls. He's got that uppercut swing.
Red Sox have had a lot of those games where they have scored 8, 9, 10 runs. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And he bounced it up there. Stopped by Hannigan.
Yeah, beautiful job by Hannigan behind the plate. Change up, expecting it down, and that ball bounced way out in front of the plate, and Hannigan made an exceptional play to keep the runners where they are at first and second.
Davis and Trumbo getting their leads at second and first. And Clay Buchholz with a 1-2 home. There is that ground ball. Oh, right underneath Pedroia. Davis rounds. Here's the throw. They won't get him. Well, that had double play written all over it.
Yeah, that is very rare right there to see Dustin not make a play on a ground ball right at him. You're talking about 2 outs, a 4-6-3 double play. Instead, the inning is alive. Just didn't get down on it. And that very seldom happens to him, where he has his glove that high and doesn't have it down on the ground. He went down to one knee, but the glove didn't go with him.
Look of shock on his face. And it's his 3rd error. And so now it is 9-8 Baltimore. They're back in front. On, of all things, an error on Dustin Pedroia. Here's Alvarez. He's had a good night with a bat, a double, and a single. He's gone 2 for 3. He's a power threat coming over from the National League, from the Pirates. So now it's Trumbo at second and Wieters on the error on Pedroia at first base. And a 1-0. He buried it. Rick Porcello on the mound tomorrow night here in the finale from Baltimore against Ubaldo Jimenez, who is 2-6 with a .636. Porcello 7-2, a .368 earned run average. Coming off a solid effort. No decision against Toronto. Hammered, but a foul ball. Boy, did he get around on that one.
Sure did, and Ramirez was right on the line at first base for him, playing very close to the first base line, and that ball went by him like a rocket. Look at where he's playing and how hard that ball was hit. Actually, if that had been a fair ball, Hanley would have been able to make a catch on that, maybe doubled up the runner at first base.
We'll hear from some of your interview with Hanley, conducted in the dugout earlier today, next half inning. First and second, nobody out. The 2-1. Well, that one really disappeared on him, and evens the count at 2-2.
Big curveball by Buchholz there, burying it down and in on Alvarez. Red Sox have to minimize the damage in this inning. This game is up for grabs. There's no question about that, and you can't allow the Orioles to have a big inning here in the 6th.
Buchholz looking for the put away strike. Instead skipped it up there. So it's 3-2. He's already walked 2 men in this inning, but he should have 2 out. Davis came home on the error. And the 3-2 to Alvarez. Pedroia dives, can't get it. Trumbo will stop at third base on the base hit, and they're going to be loaded up here for Baltimore. Alvarez with his third hit tonight.
Yeah, what a night he's had. A double, a drive, and a run, a single back in the third, and a changeup, and now the fastball for a base hit. Alvarez getting the start at DH tonight, and Pedroia dives, cannot knock it down, gets by him, and that ball was hit so hard they could not score the man from second base, so the bases are loaded.
Batter will be Jonathan Schoop. He has struck out, doubled, and flied out. Does have 8 home runs, so very good power here. And nobody out. Orioles in front by a run and looking for more. And fouled away for a strike. These are the kind of spots where Buchholz, as a starter, had great difficulty limiting the damage. But can he do it now out of the bullpen?
Schoop's a dangerous guy with the bases loaded so far this year. .571 average with 10 RBIs with the bases loaded.
Ace Ticket is Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets with the best seats at the lowest prices. Treat yourself for someone special by visiting aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. 0-1 on Schoop. And here it comes. Wrap toward third. Shaw firing home and got him with the force play. Schoop becomes the runner at first base. They're reloaded.
Yeah, good job by Travis Shaw because he had to charge this ball, so there's no way he can get back to third, tag that, and go to first. And see right there where he is, so he's got to come home and get the lead man and keep this a one-run ball game. Now another double play could get the Red Sox out of an inning. Here's Hannigan stretching out like a first baseman and then clearing his leg of the sliding runner.
So the batter will be the young man from Maine, Ryan Flaherty, has walked, singled, and struck out. He does have an RBI. One man gone here, and a big run in. They're all jammed up, and the pitch to Flaherty. Ground ball to first off Hanley's glove. Pedroia has it. Throw back to first base. And safe there as a run comes in to score. Wieters touching home plate to make it 10-8. However, a little conference here with the umpires, and now they're going to rule out. So they changed their minds.
Now they said Hanley didn't tag the bag originally, but then they realized he did. Ramirez gets back. I wasn't sure. You can see there's clearly contact with the bag when Hanley makes the play. I was not sure who Pedroia was throwing this to, Hanley or Buchholz covering first base. You can see Hanley has to reach back for it, and Buchholz was there. He might have been trying to lead the pitcher to the bag.
I think so. So Flaherty out in the end at first base as another run comes in to score. Runners at second and third. 10-8 Baltimore. And we'll bring up Adam Jones. So Buchholz trying to get a very tough hitter here. He has singled and doubled tonight. Two men in scoring position as the Orioles try to turn this into a big sixth inning. And a high fly to right, but an easy play for Mookie Betts. So in the end, the 2 runs, that is what they get. And now lead at 10-8 as we go to the 7th.
In Boston, all the media, all the time, everything, everywhere you go, everybody knows Hanley Ramirez. Everybody knows, you know, everything you do.
You know what I learned last year here? You just gotta play hard and show the fans and everybody, you know, that you committed to win. You know, that's it. People talking about the media and all, but if the fans saw you, man, you hustle every day. You know, and like this year, everywhere I go, you know, hey, I like you hustle, man. You know, and I like that.
Yeah.
You know, but the difference is too, when you win, you know, everything's different when you win it.
People in Boston love people that work hard, and
Yep.
they see that.
Yep.
They see that every day.
Yep.
And it was opening day
Yep.
when you got introduced. They knew that you were working hard every day in spring training at first base, and they let you know about it. They gave you a big ovation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they know about baseball.
Yeah.
You know, they're right. They make you hard. You know, they make you work hard and they make you a better player. All right.
I got you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Bye, guys. Sox Nation. Thank you. I love you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Talking to our camera guys there. That was great stuff. He just flied out to right field. And a high chopper by Shaw here, who had 2 hits in his first 3 at bats, and grounds out here 2 fast outs in the 7th inning. 10-8 Baltimore with the lead. And tomorrow at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. Jerry will be sitting down with Hanley for more of that exclusive interview. The hustle part, I think that rings true.
Yeah, you know, I mean, all people want is maximum effort, you know, every night, day in and day out. And, you know, that at times, I think a year ago was an issue with Hanley because it was so uncomfortable for him to play. And like he said, it's not fun when you're losing.
Swihart taking the strike.
And he's made a commitment from first day of spring training. He really did. And we watched it all spring, Dave. We saw it develop. And it's carried over into the season.
Swihart in this one with a couple of ground outs. He's also walked and scored a run. Baltimore up by 2 into the 7th. Chris Young is homered in this one. He's up next. Cut on and missed, and down goes Swihart hacking. That's a 1-2-3. Middle of the 7th inning. Clay Buchholz back out. Baseball in Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By buyatoyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. By Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Plain Ridge Park Casino, the official sponsor of Winning. And by Hair Cuttery, smart looks, smart prices. Jerry Remy and Dave O'Brien and Garen Austin with you here. Great look at Camden Yards, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. It's a 10-8 lead for Baltimore. And what has turned into a slugfest really from the get-go. Red Sox got the 1-0 lead on a home run from Mookie Betts, and they quickly gave that away as the Orioles got 4 in the first inning. It's been back and forth. Some great statues here, honoring some great players in Baltimore history.
Yeah, that last one you saw was Cal Ripken.
Hyun-Soo Kim is 2 for 3 with a single and a double. He'll be followed by Machado and then Davis. Joe Kelly only lasted 2 1/3. That one through the shift and cleanly through for a base hit. Kim aboard for the 4th time. Time now for a game break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. And here's TC. Okay, Tom, thank you very much. Machado will climb in now with a runner at first base and nobody out. Each side now with a dozen hits. Hammer to center field, but Young has room to make the play. Now Machado put a pretty good swing on that one.
Sure did. Hit the ball hard, but right at Chris Young out there in center field. Young's been very busy in center field tonight, and a lot of times going back toward the wall. Was taking the place of Jackie Bradley Jr. O'Day loosening in the Baltimore bullpen.
Here comes Chris Davis, and he hasn't had a whole lot to swing at tonight. He's been walked 3 times, but it's paid off with a couple of runs. Red Sox also have an active bullpen as we're into the bottom half of the 7th inning. And that's Matt Barnes getting going. Davis in a 6-for-42 slump with 20 strikeouts. The Red Sox have pitched him very, very carefully here tonight. And Clay Buchholz with an 0-1.
He was late on that 92-mile-an-hour fastball that time, and couldn't. You know, Davis, another one of those guys with that big uppercut swing. As you mentioned earlier in the ball game, it's, you know, it's home run, a walk. It seems like a strikeout for Davis. He's going for the downs on just about every at bat.
1 out, and here comes the 0-2. And he left it up top. You mentioned that Joe Kelly was shooting for his 11th consecutive win. He'll have no decision in this one, but his ERA going north of 8 for the season. As he got belted around tonight. Here comes the 1-2. That fastball high again.
Wanted the high fastball inside, instead it runs away and actually dips a little bit, and Hannigan had to quickly get that glove down to make the catch on it.
Davis has been a big-time home run hitter. Hit 53 home runs in 2013. Had 37 that year by the All-Star break to tie an American League record. 2-2. Popped and foul on a play. The 2016 CBS Health Charity Classic. Don't miss that. Benefit concert featuring Grammy award-winning Lady Antebellum at the Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence, June 28th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Charity Classic Fenway. Attendance tonight 20,750 for Game 3. 2-2, and he spoiled that one. Runner at first base, and Kim.
Notice very few pitches down in the zone to Davis, a very good low ball hitter. Only one pitch down below the strike zone. Everything else kind of elevated by Buchholz.
Ten runs, 12 hits for the Orioles. 8 runs, 12 hits for Boston. Each side has committed an error. The pitch.
Whoa.
And that just missed. Boy, he thought he had him.
Yeah, you got to have that pitch. That's a good pitch right there. Fastball inside corner, plenty of the inside corner. Should have been strike 3.
Well, he dotted it at 93. Henning said no. Davis again has already walked 3 times tonight. Buchholz with a payoff pitch. And downstairs for ball 4. So he does pick up his 4th free pass. And John Farrell out of the dugout. So he has made the call to the bullpen. Now you wonder how that 6th inning might have been different for Clay Buchholz had the double play been turned. So out he comes with 1 down here at the bottom of the 7th with runners on at first and second. We'll take the break and be back with more in Baltimore in just a moment.
You might think he had words with Farrell here. It was not about coming out of the game. It was about the call that he did not get. See, Buchholz, Farrell asking Buchholz what he was saying, and Buchholz saying that I had him struck out, and he did. He had Davis struck out on a fastball on the inside part of the plate. So that was not an exchange there about coming out of the game. That was an exchange about a pitch not called a strike by Doug Eddings.
And we showed you that pitch. He made a terrific pitch and a 93-mile-an-hour fastball on Davis, but the home plate umpire said no. Well, here's Barnes. Been pitching very, very well. .263 ERA. Another look.
Here's the pitch that Buckholz is talking about. I mean, that's strike 3. That should have been an out.
Clay going 3 1/3. Runners at first and second. Trumbo the batter. One man out and a cut and a miss from a guy who does strike out frequently. This is where Barnes has been, as of late, very, very tough. Opponents are 0 for their last 23 against him with runners in scoring position. And the Red Sox desperately need that to continue right now with 2 on. Although Davis very lucky to be on. Count quickly 0-2. Red Sox trailing here 10-8 in the 7th inning. And the 0-2 pitch from the fireballing right-hander. Down into the dirt. Nice block by Hannigan, who's made several tonight.
Well, Buckholz didn't hurt himself in this game tonight at all. I thought he pitched pretty well, and you know, if you look back at the 6th inning, did have a couple of walks, but could have had a double play after that to kind of eliminate the 2 runs that scored in that inning. So all in all, a good outing out of the bullpen, I thought, by Buckholz in this game tonight.
Well, we thought he should have had a double play. It wasn't turned. Rare error by Dustin Pedroia on that play. Here comes the 1-2. Check swing. He had a notion but did not offer. So it's 2-2. Rick Porcello coming over to listen. There's going to be some talk of the strike zone right there.
Yep. You always get backup from your teammates.
2-2 down into the dirt. Another block by Hannigan. But it's a full count.
See, the one thing when you're sitting in the dugout and you're looking at the hitter in the pitch, you can't see inside outside corner, but you can see high and low. So, you know, what Porcello's doing, he's just going along with Buckholz here, trying to make him feel good. Say, yeah, you had him punched out. But really, he can't tell from the dugout because you can't see inside outside.
Kim at second, Davis at first for the Orioles with 1 away, and now the 3-2 from Matt Barnes. And that misses for ball 4. So now the bases are all loaded up here. And we'll bring up Matt Wieters. He's the guy who hit that ground ball that Pedroia did not handle last inning. He's also walked, bunted into an out, driven in a run with a sac fly. They are all filled up. So the game could be in a balance right here. Red Sox down by 2 as it is. Rickert has taken over as a pinch runner at first base. One away and through there for strike 1. It's a night where Mookie Betts again has more than 1 home run. He's homered twice. And he'll be due up come the 8th inning. High pop up, that'll drift foul and out of play.
That's what Wieters is trying to do here, to get a pitch that he can lift in the air, so at least he can get 1 run home with a sacrifice fly. If he Does better than that, he gets the bonus, but at least get the ball in the air, keep it off the ground, and keep it away from a double play.
Kim at third, Davis at second, Rickert, the runner, at first base. And the 0-2.
Oh, come on. Where is that pitch?
96. He said it was off the black. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's 2 pitches in this inning that should have been strikes. And Eddie's just shaking his head as he's getting a little something from the Red Sox dugout. But I mean, these got to be strikes. I know I'm begging, but you know, I'm looking at the pitches.
You'd hate to think you have to throw it down the middle. This guy could hit it a long way. Line shot into right center field. On comes Kim. Here comes Davis. Throw into second base. 2-run score. And that will make it 12-8. So starting to get away now all of a sudden here in the 7th inning.
Yeah, it's been a knockdown, drag-out game for both teams, and it looks like they're going to the 15th round of a heavyweight bout. The Orioles have more gas in the tank left than the Red Sox.
Wieters connecting for the 2-run hit, and that'll bring up Pedro Alvarez, who has 3 hits in this game. 3 for 4 with a double, 2 singles. Baltimore has now gone in front in hits, 13-12. And a little tapper foul for strike 1 to Alvarez. The walks have certainly hurt as well. They're on the corners for Baltimore. Alvarez has been a home run hitter in his career. He'll take a pitch down into the dirt. "12 runs for Baltimore. That ties the most that the Red Sox have allowed in a game this season. April 21 against Tampa Bay. Kind of game that you see when the starter goes 2 1/3, which was the case, unfortunately, for the Red Sox here tonight. The 1-1 fouled off the catcher.
Back-to-back changeups from Bonds to Alvarez, who's had a big night.
Red Sox have due up Young, Hannigan, and Betts in the 8th inning. Been a long night for both of these teams with a lot of scoring. But the Orioles now with a 12-8 lead. Here comes the 1-2 from Barnes. Runner at first on the move, and it's fouled back to the screen. Rick Porcello against Ubaldo Jimenez in the last game of the series on Thursday. Tomorrow night at 7:05, and then the Sox are back home for a weekend series against Toronto. Tomorrow at 6:30, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU. TC and Steve Lyons preview Rick Porcello's start. DCU is Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? One away, they lead at first and third. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Alvarez. 2-2. Should be a lot of good pitching at Fenway in a weekend series with the Blue Jays. David Price against Marcus Stroman on Friday. Stephen Wright against R.A. Dickey on Saturday, and Eduardo Rodriguez against Marco Estrada on Sunday. 7:10, 4:05, and 1:35 the game times. 2-2 swung on and missed. He got him with some high heat.
And that's really how you have to go ahead of Alvarez to get him out, is go up in the zone. You know, so many of these Baltimore hitters are very good low ball hitters because they have uppercut swings. Same thing with Alvarez. And when you have an uppercut swing like that, you become very vulnerable to high fastballs. You just swing underneath them.
Now Barnes not out of this yet. Here comes Schoop. 1 for 4 with an RBI double tonight. And you have to be careful with him with his home run pop. It's been another long inning for the Red Sox pitching staff. He starts him off with strike one.
Been a long, ugly game tonight, really. It has. And that's what happens when you don't get quality pitching in a ball game.
Two teams have combined for 25 hits. And Barnes with an 0-1. 96 up and out of the zone there. Schoop helped him.
Yeah, he has a tendency also to chase high fastballs. We saw the Red Sox go upstairs on him a number of times in this game tonight. And this one about helmet high. See if they go up in the same area. Telling him to shake off something. He wants the fastball up again.
Let's see if he chases again. The 0-2. He did not.
He was thinking about it though, wasn't he? Those hands started to move.
Two more runs in here for the Orioles in this inning, just as they had last inning.
Same thing. Fastball upstairs.
The 1-2 to Schoop. He got a piece of it. Now, last night, a great night for the Red Sox and for Mookie Betts in particular, as he hit 3 home runs, and he's homered twice more tonight. He'll get a chance to equal that feat here. At least one more crack at it come the 8th inning, when he is due up 3rd against the Oriole bullpen. Barnes home with a 1-2, trying to finish him. Parents, are you looking for a fun and educational baseball site for kids? Visit NessonClubhouse.com. It's fun, free, and easy to use. Just visit NessonClubhouse.com today. Pete Abraham wound up with that one.
Was it a clean catch?
Oh, I got to think so. 1-2, and there's a shot up the middle for a base hit that'll bring in another run.
Well, you know, they stayed with the same pattern. That was go upstairs with fastballs, and finally Schoop gets on top of one for the base hit. Once again, they elevate the fastball. You see Hannigan up, the pitch is up, but it's out over the plate, and that gives Schoop an opportunity to drive it up the middle for the base hit.
It makes it 13-8. His second hit. And now Ryan Flaherty. He has a couple of RBIs tonight, 1 for 3. Runners at first and second. Long inning getting longer here for Barnes. That ricochets away from Hannigan all the way to the backstop, and they're going to advance to second and third. What an ugly inning. That'll be a wild pitch. So 2 men in scoring position for Ryan Flaherty, who was born at Portland, Maine. He was a very good high school quarterback at Deering High in Maine, engineering their Class A state title back in 2003. They went undefeated, 13-0. That's called a strike. Now, how is that a strike?
Yeah, and the other two not called strikes. I don't know. I give up. This ball clearly down and out of the strike zone, but called a strike.
It's got guys on both sides shaking their heads. The 1-1 in for a called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Flaherty. Schoop and Wieters get their leads. 3 runs across in this inning for Baltimore. 5 over the last 2 innings. And the 1-2 fouled off. Crowd has thinned out a little bit. Jones looking for a fan. He got the foul ball in the on deck circle. One and 2 to Flaherty. He is the 8th man to hit in this inning. And a pitch. Calling all lacrosse fans, NESN Plus has the National League Lacrosse Championship game this Saturday night at 9. For your local NESN Plus channel, visit NESN.com/NESN Plus. "13 runs, 14 hits now for Baltimore. 8 runs on 12 hits for the Red Sox. And Barnes trying to end this inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And knocked foul again. A very pesky Ryan Flaherty here.
I don't know the total amount of pitches thrown in this game a lot, but it has to be way up there.
Adam Jones on deck. Should it get that far. Both starters exited very quickly here tonight. Joe Kelly and Mike Wright. Red Sox hit 4 home runs in the first 3 innings tonight. Looked like it might be their night. The 1-2 pitch. And just inside, and again Edding says no. I think he may have gotten that one right. Two and 2. A base hit could mean 2 more here for Baltimore. Barnes with a 2-2. Little dribbler. Barnes will gun to first, and he'll get it. And finally, that half inning is in the books as the Orioles get 3. Mookie Betts is due up when we return. 13-8 the Orioles. The Orioles out of their bullpen, a right-hander Darren O'Day, 2-1, a 2.79 earned run average, including a couple of saves. And Rickert will remain in the game to play right field for Buck Showalter. Chris Young will lead things off here in the 8th, 13-8 Baltimore. Certainly one of the sloppiest games of the season for the Red Sox. The Orioles have left a lot of men on base. They've stranded 11, so even though they're in front, it has not been a great artistic success for them either. Young with a home run, a walk. He's also flied out. Homered back in the 2nd inning. In there for a strike. Jerry, this guy's a very tough delivery.
Yeah, he's got that almost submarine style delivery where he'll throw his fastball from that angle, and the breaking ball will almost rise as it comes to home plate like a frisbee.
He can be very difficult for lefties or righties at the plate. Hannigan and then Mookie Betts to hit in this inning. That one scalded down the line. Kim turning, watching, and that's gone. Young with his 2nd home run tonight. And that'll make it 13-9. He turned on that baby.
That looked like, to me, it was a flat breaking ball that time from O'Day. And Chris Young doing a good job staying back on it and driving it out of the ballpark. Let's take a look at this pitch. It was supposed to be away. Yeah, it's a bad breaking ball. You can see the spin on it, and it just spins right over the middle of the plate. Wieters was set up way outside. And all the home runs coming off right-handers this year for Chris Young.
Across for a strike on Hannigan. So Red Sox have hit 5 home runs in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to believe they're behind in this game.
13 hits, 9 runs. The offense has done more than enough. Certainly not the pitching. Mookie Betts with 2 home runs. Chris Young with 2 home runs. And David Ortiz with a blast. Now, along with Tazawa, that is Josh Rutledge in the bullpen, the infielder, as he is warming up. So we shall see. Hannigan in this one has a couple of hits. He had a big 2-run single back in the 3rd inning. Big at the time. The Red Sox have pulled to within 4 thanks to Chris Young's 2nd homer. Betts on deck. Here's the 2-1. Softly hit. The first baseman Davis will get it to the pitcher in time. 1 man out.
Now you see the 2 guys warming up, and the situation here is, you know, you got Ross out there, you got Kimbrel, Uehara, Tazawa, and I think unless they make this like a 2-run game, you're probably going to see Tazawa in it. If not, you might see Rutledge come in to pitch because they don't want to burn this bullpen with another game left in this series. They've used Ross, they used him last night, Kimbrel last night, Uehara last night. So you may see Rutledge in this game pitching.
Last position player to pitch in a game for the Red Sox was Mike Carp against the Yankees in 2014. Well, here's Mookie Betts with 2 more home runs tonight, 5 in the last 2 games. He'll look at a strike. He's also walked and grounded a short in this one. Red Sox offense just continues to churn and hit the ball out of the ballpark at a big rate. Here's the 0-1. Red Sox had lately been getting pretty good starting pitching.
Yeah, we actually talked about that in our view from the booth today, how the last 4 performances for the Red Sox have been pretty good.
The 1-1 he would not chase. Two and one on Mookie, who came into the ball game leading the majors in runs scored. And he has now scored 51 times, adding to that total. You love that out of your leadoff man. The 2-1. That drifted outside. So the count goes to 3-1. He has a nice count here. Ball has been flying tonight. Will he get something to drive again? We are in the 8th. Here comes the 3-1 to Mookie. And he walked him. He takes ball 4 for the second time. Time now for our poll question presented by People's United Bank. Jerry, we'll see what topics people can vote on to hear you talk about tonight. Betts on fire, Bogaerts extending the hitting streak to 25, or Joe Kelly struggling mightily tonight. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. One message per vote.
I am more than ready for any one of those questions, so whatever you feel more comfortable with, vote.
I know you are. Can't get anything by you.
Nah, you can slide a few things by.
3-2 slider on the black. And that is outside on Pedroia. So after the walk and ball 1, Wieters will head on out there to talk with his pitcher. Pedroia with a good night offensively with 2 singles. Drove in a run with a base hit in the 6th inning. He has hit in 14 consecutive games against Baltimore. One man out, one man on. 13-9 Baltimore. And O'Day with a 1-0 pitch. A strike. That's their closer, Zach Britton, a left-hander, beginning to loosen up. Pedroia with a home run last night. And another base hit as he socks that one to right field. That's his 3rd hit. Mookie Betts into second and stopping there.
Yeah, I'm not mistaken. I think all 3 have gone to the opposite field tonight for Dustin Pedroia. Many more opposite field hits this season than he's had in the past couple.
Brings up Xander Bogaerts. So hold the phone for just a moment here. Red Sox now with 14 hits. Xander blooped a single in the 6th inning to extend the hitting streak to 25. He's gone 1 for 4. Now looking for an extra base hit to really stir things up. Only 1 out in the inning. Ortiz on deck. And that'll be in there for a strike. Xander, the #1 vote getter for American League shortstops for the All-Star game. An early voting released today by Major League Baseball. Won't go after it, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Game began with another home run out of Mookie Betts, a leadoff homer. Red Sox had a 1-0 lead, but the Orioles came storming back and they got 4. In the bottom of the 1st inning, Red Sox got 3 to tie it in the 2nd inning, and that's the kind of night it has been. Been tied a few times. Orioles now leading it 13-9. Bogaerts trying to get the Sox a little bit closer. And he lets that one go high. 2-1. Red Sox are trying to avoid their second loss on this road trip when scoring 9 runs. Happened Saturday, 10-9 at Toronto. And they had a 9-8 lead after the Ortiz home run, if you recall. Very frustrating loss. Cut on and missed. That'll make it 2-2.
That surprised Bogaerts there because 2 balls, 1 strike. He thought he was going to get that fastball again, and instead he gets that frisbee slider coming from down underneath. It almost rises as it's going away from Bogaerts. Most sliders you see dart down and away. This one's almost up and away.
Betts at second, Pedroia at first, and a run in on the Chris Young homer. Red Sox making noises like they're not dead yet in this one. Here in the top of the 8th, O'Day with a 2-2. And he snuck it in there for strike 3. No argument from Bogaerts as he takes it. And here comes Showalter with Big Poppy coming up. He's got Britton ready to go.
Yeah, instead of going away, which was supposed to be, it was backdoor right inside part of the plate and just completely fooling and freezing Bogaerts. If he's looking for a breaking ball, he's looking for it away, not in that spot.
Made a very good pitch, but he's out. Here comes the closer, 13-9, and we'll be back with more in a moment. Academy, it's an all-new show just for kids who love the game. Don't miss an all-new episode Saturday at 12:30. You catch up on previous episodes. Just visit bostonbruins.com/Bruins Academy. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, and Garen Austin with you. And here comes Britton out of their bullpen, the closer. He does have 14 saves, a 1.29 ERA, and taking on David Ortiz. They're backed up on the breaking ball in there for strike 1. Runners at first and second, and 2 men out. And a run in. Pretty good numbers against this guy. 5 for 17 with a home run, hitting .294. David has homered and singled tonight. And the 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Poppy with a 9-game hitting streak. Back in the 3rd inning, he blasted career home run number 518. Red Sox have hit 5 home runs in the game. And the 1-1 from the southpaw. Bounced up there. Two and 1. Crowd about 20,000 here at Camden Yards on what was a beautiful night. Barely a cloud in the sky. It's in the 80s as we got underway. 2-1 pitch. And now 3-1 on David. Hanley Ramirez would be next. There are 2 away, but a hitter's count for David Ortiz. 15 home runs for the big fella. Little trickler foul.
Now Britton's tough because he's got one of those fastballs that dives at the end. It sinks, and he throws hard. You see that a lot of times out of right-handers, not many times out of left-handers, but you see that ball there. It looked like it was going to be about, belt high for Ortiz, and it dipped down around the top of the knees.
The Sox fans in attendance want some magic here from David. Britton's 3-2. The runner's going, and he just got a piece of that one to hang in there. If he can hit another one out, he would be the 3rd Red Sox player in the game to hit 2 home runs. Also make it a 1-run game.
It would certainly make things interesting going into the next inning.
No kidding. In the 8th, here comes the 3-2. Runners will be on the move, and he walked him, and that's going to load him up. So don't look now, but a tying run's coming up. And Hanley Ramirez, who's gone 0 for 4.
I mean, basically, everybody that's been in this game to pitch has struggled tonight, with the exception of Buchholz, who I thought did a pretty decent job in the game. But other than that, it has been a real scramble for everybody.
Rusney Castillo will run now for David Ortiz. The first we have seen of Rusney since he was called up yesterday. So the bases are going to be all loaded up. Hanley has popped up on 2 occasions. He's also struck out and flied out. But he represents the tying run at home plate. And the first one coming. There's a chopper to short, and Machado will get to the bag to retire the side. So the Red Sox in the end settle for the 1. It is 13-9 as we go to the last of the 8th. Tomorrow's pitching matchup, Porcello against Jimenez. Closer look brought to you by FW Web Selection Expertise Solutions. More at fwweb.com. You asked the question a little bit earlier, Rem, how many pitches in the game? Do you really want to know?
It's got to be over 300.
It is. Take a shot.
325?
346.
346.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pitches.
You've been here to witness all of them.
We've watched them all.
Here's Adam Jones to lead things off here in the last half of the 8th inning against Barnes. He has a single and a double tonight. He's also scored a couple of runs. 13-9 Baltimore. Red Sox had a golden opportunity with Hanley Ramirez at the plate, the bases loaded, but could not add on. Red Sox hopeful of taking the first 3 games of this series, but that's going to take some serious work come the 9th inning. Cut on and missed. Baltimore's been a team slumping, at least coming into tonight they were, but their offense has kicked it into another gear, really sprang to life tonight. 13 runs and 14 hits. And a ball down and away. Hyun-Soo Kim with 3 hits tonight. They may have been wrong about him. We talked about it early in the game, how he had a dismal spring training. Kim did, and there's nothing but a handful of singles and nothing for power, and he wasn't playing a good outfield, and Buck Showalter was down on him and benched him at the end of spring training, and they actually tried to give him back to the Korean Baseball Organization. At least they were talking about it.
Well, he's getting his opportunity. He's had a good night tonight. He's been on base 4 times, but we'll see as time goes on. And the more he's exposed to the big leagues, exposed to major league pitching, how he reacts to it.
1-2, a swing and a miss, and Jones is retired. Out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Our game summary brought to you by Xfinity. And pitching wise has been an ugly one. It certainly was for Kelly. 2 1/3, 7 hits and 7 earned runs. No decision for him. Mookie Betts has homered twice more in this game. Wright only went 2 2/3 as the starter for Baltimore. Alvarez 3 for 5. And Matt Wieters with 3 RBIs. And Kim has been on base, as Jerry mentioned, 4 times. That's one thing they really liked about him when they scouted him in Korea. High on base guy.
Yeah, they were talking about him originally, you know, possibly being the leadoff hitter on this ball club when they acquired him.
But he had it in his contract. He was not to be sent to the minor leagues if he didn't want to. The end of spring training, and guess what? He didn't want to.
No, I don't blame him. Why would you want to?
Buck Showalter wasn't real pleased about that, so they were kind of forced, I mean, begrudgingly, to put him on the opening day roster. But he has really come to life with the bat. To the shortstop, the backhander by Xander, and gets him. 2 down. Manny Machado will be next.
That's kind of a surprise ground ball there, because you know you expect him to pull the ball. They play him in their shift, and Bogaerts all of a sudden has to go to his right to make the play. So that's a little bit of a surprise, but Bogaerts up to the challenge.
So here comes Machado, who's helped out with 2 RBIs, hitting .316. Was robbed of a home run last night. A diving play by Bogaerts, up and throwing, and he gets him. Outstanding play by Xander to rob him of a hit. He's getting robbed everywhere. 13-9 Baltimore. Well, we have arrived at the 9th inning. The Red Sox trailing 13-9, and Travis Shaw leading things off here. He has a couple of hits this evening with a double and a single. Certainly nothing wrong with the Red Sox offense. I think you can say it's the worst pitching performance by the Red Sox in 2016, giving up 13 runs on 14 hits. Nolan Reinbold taking over there in left field. If there is a silver lining in the pitching performance, it's probably Clay Buchholz tonight.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Dave. Of all the Red Sox pitchers that were out there in the game tonight, I thought he was the best.
He didn't get a lot of help. One ball and 2 strikes on Travis. Swihart on deck. And then Chris Young, who has hit 2 home runs tonight. So has Mookie Betts after hitting 3 last night. Chris with a home run in the 2nd, another one in the 8th inning. Again, 5 home runs for Boston, and yet the Sox trail 13-9. And a 1-2 to Travis Shaw, and in there for strike 3. And boy, that was another one off the corner.
That ball's outside. I mean, I hate to jump on umpires, and I really, it's not my style, but I mean, this has been not good tonight. Here's a pitch that's clearly to the outside part of the plate, off the outside edge. I mean, you don't want to swing at a pitch like that.
Blake Swihart now, he is 0 for 3 with a walk and a run. And a breaking ball missing. Tomorrow night, Porcello against Jimenez. There's been some talk on the Orioles side about Ubaldo Jimenez leaving their rotation, but he will make that start tomorrow. He is 2-6 with a .636 earned run average. Rick Porcello 7-2 with a .368. And the 1-1. We are in the 9th inning with 1 man out for the Red Sox in the 2-1. High chop to Machado. And he slings it over there for the out. 2 gone.
And Machado showing off his arm that time. That's a high bouncing ball, and you know he doesn't have to overcharge it because he knows he's got a cannon for an arm, and he can still get Swihart at first base. Just waits for the big hop and then the release, and it is a bullet across the diamond.
Two down for Chris Young. A pair of home runs tonight. Batting average up to .279. So after a slow start, he's seeing the ball well. He'll take a strike. The 0-1, and that'll miss. Well, one of those rare occasions where the Red Sox have done more than enough offensively. 14 hits, 9 runs, 5 homers, and yet trailing here in the 9th inning by a significant margin. The 1-1. 2 balls, 1 strike on Young. Hannigan due up next. And the lefty fires and missed again. So he's gone to 3 balls and 1 strike on Young. Britton home with a 3-1 pitch. There's a shot out to right center field on a run. Jones trying to track that one down. It's onto the warning track and skipping up and over the fence. That'll be a double. So he's had a really good night with the bat. That is his 3rd extra base hit.
That's nice to see for Chris Young, a guy that, you know, really has not had a ton of playing time. Gets starts mostly against left-handers. With Jackie Bradley gone, he's got to start the last couple of nights, and he's taken advantage of that. A high sinker that time, and high sinkers don't usually work. And that time Young takes it out past Adam Jones for the double.
So the Red Sox have a scoring chance here for Hannigan, who delivered a 2-run single in the 3rd inning and singled again in the 6th inning. Red Sox have actually out-hit Baltimore 15-14. Been a strange ball game. But Betts would hit next if Hannigan can keep it alive. Mookie's been on base 4 times.
Well, the only way this game becomes a Red Sox classic is if they come back to win. If not, you just throw it in the trash. Not to be seen again.
I'll help you take it out. Up around 360 pitches by these two clubs combined. Here's the 1-1. Softly hit. Flaherty with the scoop, and that will do it. This one finally ends, and it was ugly. The Orioles win it by a final score of 13-9. Some early fireworks, TC, but kind of fizzled in the end. And the Red Sox and the Orioles will wrap it up tomorrow.